Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to our Friday project day. We're going to be working on Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. This is technically episode 3. If you check out the playlist over on YouTube, we have the kickoff day where we chose Svelte Kit and then did some basic user story brainstorming and user role brainstorming. Last Friday, we worked on setting up the database. We set up Docker and Prisma and Postgres. And thank you, Art Bajan, I appreciate that. And then I'm trying to do a new thing where I summarize what we did in the Friday project. So if you missed last Friday, you can watch this 9-minute video that gives you a rundown of everything we did last Friday. So check that out in the playlist. And then we have a GitHub repo. We haven't written too much code yet. Right now it's just database setup and database design, but that's about it. And today, we're probably not going to write much code either because we're going to be designing the UI. Now, we're not going to design every possible screen, so we might do something like design the onboarding process and then get started on implementing the onboarding process. And that's just going to be like login through Google, that kind of thing. And we're also going to be creating user stories as we go, too. We're kind of just doing everything as we go. I should have played the video during the countdown. Yeah, you're not wrong. But actually, I mean, this video needs more... Go click this. It needs more views. It needs more views on YouTube. And also, don't let me forget to do this same thing today. Because at the end, we'll basically summarize what we did. Because I know not everyone can tune in on every Friday, so I'm going to try to do these summary videos so that way you can get caught up in case you can't tune in all the time. Well, welcome in. Yeah, I appreciate that, Q21. I set my new profile image yesterday. It's gotten, I think at this point it's probably like 80% good feedback, and 30% people are like, nah, I don't want to see your face. But I think it's all right. I mean, if you look at the people I'm following, the majority of them actually have their face as their icon. And Mark Boots, thank you very much for that gift. So, I don't know. I think it looks all right. Honestly, I think more people are clicking because they're like, who's that? And it's me. I mean, you're already following me, so I don't know. Oh, we got a bunch of supports. Thank you. I don't know if I saw this yesterday, but Fanco with the Prime, thank you. And CF Steam with the Prime yesterday. Real Pygon with the 33-month Steph Builds with the Prime. Welcome in. You're new here. That's awesome. Kiss My Pixel is also new here with the sub. Thank you. Nuki Poo with the 5 gifted. The Rob White Twitch with the 2 months. Mark Boots with that gift. And Shirkham with the 12 months. Appreciate you, everybody. Yeah. We've been talking in the mod channel about how green my picture is. If I haven't caught up on last week's VOD yet, will I be too confused? No. Because all we did was design the database, did a little bit of Docker setup. You can watch this without knowing what we did last time, honestly. Needs more green? Put my face between curly braces? Maybe. I'm thinking about various ways that I can update it. But what's interesting about this is my wife took this photo and we used green cellophane on the flash of the camera. So this is actually no Photoshop. It's literally the image from the camera, but the flash was green. Which is cool. But some of the mods are actually playing with the colors to see if we can do some different things. So yeah, background slides? What do you mean, like, what are we about to work on? What are we building? Is that what you mean? What's up, Avi? He says I look like the Hulk. I think the thing is, like, I wanted to evoke a sense of Coding Garden, which is green. I don't know. I think it looks pretty good over on my Twitter because it's like, you see my face with the Coding Garden logo, and I'm Codebreaker. Thank you for the Prime. You're new here, too. We've been getting a lot of new subs, new people in here. I really, really appreciate you all. Yeah, so let's talk about how we're going to do this today. I'm going to stop procrastinating. Give me a second. We are going to wireframe the UI. Now, there's a lot of different levels of UI design. Honestly, we could even talk about that too. Honestly, let me make some notes on this. UI design. Now, what I plan to do today is wireframing. Let's take a quick stretch. My face with the green mustache, like a big old green mustache. I don't know. 240 out of 250 emails get deleted. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Why are my windows so curved? Aesthetics, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so Asserson is asking, am I going to use Adobe XD or some UI design program for the UI? Well, I make the UI from scratch. So the plan today is to do some wireframing. Now, wireframing is typically very low fidelity. We're basically deciding where the elements are going to be on the page, but we're not really talking about color, and also don't have as much of a focus on even like white space or any sort of like design principles like color, white space, that kind of thing. Wireframing, I think, does have to deal with UX or user experience, because user experience mostly doesn't deal with really even colors or white space or anything like that. This is user experience is how the user navigates through your application. Like, how many steps does it take to go from login to actually using your app? That would be user experience, and that's the kind of thing that we're going to be talking about today. Now, you can go a step up from that. Like, typically you might go from a wireframe, and a wireframe can actually be like super low fidelity. Like, you could literally draw it on a piece of paper. Let's do a wireframe right now on a piece of paper. We did some math yesterday. Yesterday was a Q&A stream, and somebody asked me to do their homework. But literally, this is a wireframe. I'm gonna have. I mean, probably I'm not gonna use this. Actually, I do have a straight edge, so I could do this. Like, I want a little box that represents the home page, right? So I do this, and I do this, and I do this, right? And then we can talk about maybe there's like a nav bar up top, and it has the title of the app. The other thing about wireframing is you also don't care about body copy. You'll have a lot of filler, like lorem ipsum or something like that, because you're more so worried about the layout. So if I'm thinking about the landing page for this, what is it going to look like? Is it basically just going to look like YouTube? I think so. So if you're just joining us, the app that we're building is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. So for instance, if I want to create a list of cooking channels, like the Babbage Culinary Universe and You Suck at Cooking and Maddie Matheson and a million others that I like to watch, when you see the feed, you're only going to see videos from that specific channel. But if we're wireframing, like, what does the user see when they first come to the site? We'll have to brainstorm, but we could think about maybe it shows them common lists, or maybe it just says, like, we give a title and a tagline, and then we literally just have a login or sign up button. And then when they click that, we immediately go through the OAuth flow. They click accept. They get redirected back to our app. And then this is where we can start talking about the onboarding process. So for a user that has signed in for the first time, maybe the onboarding process is just create your first list. Like, we literally drop them into a page where it says, like, create your first list, and then it has like a little search box. And they can type in YouTube channels, and then when they click on a YouTube channel, they can start adding those to their list. But basically, we're doing this at a really high level, and we're not caring about colors, we're not caring about body copy, because we want to figure out what are we actually building here? Like, what is the flow, right? What's this cooking thing you're referring to? I mean, the funny thing about YouTube cooking channels is you actually don't even have to know how to cook. And honestly, because it's entertaining to, like, watch people cook things, you know? This is what I mean by wireframe. Now, there are also things like mockups, and mockups are typically, like, it looks almost exactly like the UI would look, but it is not actually interactive. I mean, it's potentially interactive, but it's not code. It's maybe built with a tool that makes it seem interactive, but it really is just to show the flow. But this is what we're going to do today, very high level, and it's really just the layout. And the main reason that we're going to do this is because we actually are going to be using a UI kit. So I think right now it's either going to be Daisy UI or Skeleton UI. We're going to pick one of those two. And it already comes with pre-built components, so I actually don't have to really care about colors or spacing for most things. We can technically design our own theme because we'll have our own primary color and secondary color and stuff like that. But Jim McDonald, thank you for the upgrade. Appreciate you. So that's why we're going to do really high level, and then when we go to implement it, I'm actually going to go directly from Wireframe to an implemented UI using the UI components that I get from Daisy UI or Skeleton or something like that. So that is the plan. That is what we're talking about here. And I mentioned, so there's also wireframing. There's also mockup. This is like higher fidelity. And then there's also like a prototype. And mockups typically feed into a prototype. So there are tools that will let you literally drag and drop UI components and then make those interactive. So like when you click a UI component, like a button, you can make it appear like it's navigating to another page. But it's not actual code. It's really just a way to show what the UI flow is going to look like. That said, there also are tools these days that can allow you to go directly from mockup to like working React code. We're basically going to do wireframes, talk about the user experience, and then try to implement one of them using a UI kit. Now, people have asked, what am I going to use? A lot of people are saying, just use Figma. Figma is very popular. There was some recent news, though. How do I go to the homepage? Figma got acquired by Adobe, and a lot of people did not like that because Adobe has been known to paywall stuff, and people don't like that. And Figma has been free to use, at least for the base app, for a while. And it still technically is. You still get a certain number of design files that you can create, but people are worried that because they got acquired by Adobe, eventually they're going to start to lock more stuff down. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, and so Adobe XD is an Adobe product for doing this kind of thing. That's not it, is it? This is it, yeah. But now it's a trial, you have to buy it. Glad to hear it, Degramic. Yeah, a lot of people are getting their stickers, so that's good to hear that they're making it. But then there's a new kid on the block, Pinpot. And I think we might use this. So Pinpot is free. It's actually an open source app. And it works very similar to all these other tools, but it is free. It's free. So I think we're going to use Pinpot. But the one thing is, like, so honestly, like if we just look at Figma, let me create a little design file really quick just to show you what we're dealing with. A place to keep my pins. It's funny because like a Pinpot would be Figma is also free, but what people are worried about is eventually it won't be free. Eventually, because it was acquired by Adobe, it's going to start to get locked down, and then all of the stuff you designed in it, you'll potentially have to pay to keep using. I think that's the main worry. I don't know anybody else in the chat that knows what I'm talking about, or that, you know, feels the same way. Feel free to throw your concerns in the chat. Yeah, Avi, go for it. Yeah, Avi has been around for a long time, and I appreciate that they're asking. Feel free to drop a link in the chat. Avi has made a bunch of browser extensions. They have an extension that will automatically click the points thingy here on Twitch and a few others. Yeah, but yeah, feel free to drop a link, Avi. And anybody else, ask first. Don't just promote your stuff. Avi is a longtime community member. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. What's up, Joshua? Welcome in. I have no idea, Q21. I have not kept an eye on the news. I think people are just like worried. And I think the other thing is, like, what's cool about Pinpot is you can literally go to GitHub and see the source code for this thing that runs this website. And you could actually self-host it if you wanted to, which is pretty cool. I think I don't know. What's up, Codex? Welcome in. But this is Figma. And what I wanted to show you is that, like, by default, and actually, like, I don't have a ton of experience designing UIs in Figma. I've done just, like, basic graphics stuff. But by default, you have some pretty basic tools. You have shapes. Like, I could draw a box. You have text. I can do something like this. And I can, like, increase the font size and do stuff like this. That's too big. 50. Cool. Do something like this. So it basically shapes, text, you can arrange, you can align them. Great. if I want to start to do something like wireframing, I don't want to have to create all of the UI components from scratch, even if it's just like basic wireframe UI components. So there are like asset libraries that you can bring in here. So I searched for Figma wireframe, and this came up. It's called Wireframe Kits, and so it's essentially a bunch of little UI components like lists, and typically in wireframes, whenever you see a box with an X through it, that represents that an image is going to be there. So for instance, there's an X there because that would represent like the avatar of a user or something like that. But when we're doing wireframes, we don't want to have to worry about the fidelity or the actual image itself. So we literally just put an X, and that represents that, yes, there will be an image there. But what's cool is, yeah, this has pre-built wireframe screens. Let's click on this. This says duplicate, wireframing duplicate. Yeah, and then so this is like material design. Yeah, so you could actually, so this is closer to more of a prototype or a mock-up than something like wireframing. But I want us to stay high level because then that doesn't lock us into any specific UI kit, right? So if we use this, this would make sense if you're eventually going to be building your app with like Material UI or Vuetify, or even just like Material UI CSS. This would make sense because all of the components that they give you one-to-one correspond to material design. We're not going to use material design, so I want to stay more generic. Let's see what this kit gives us. So yeah, you can see like they have like a hero page wireframe, like little buttons and stuff like that. And then I guess that's about it. That's about it. Open the components panel. Where is that? Is this it? Does anybody know where the components panel is? Oh, here we go. Assets. Yeah, so we have buttons, call to action, hero, and so basically, like, we could start designing a UI and like drag these over here, and then like now we have a little button, and we could drag like a little card, you know. So we could do this, and this is Figma, but we also could use Penpot. And so I was looking at Penpot, and here on libraries and templates, they have actually a bunch of different ones you could start from. And I wanted to find one that, again, looks like wireframing. Like I don't want things that look like Material UI. I want very generic UI icons. That would be good to figure out, right? So if we look at Daisy UI, this is potentially what we're going to use. Daisy UI is a UI toolkit built on top of Tailwind, and they have a lot of pre-built components. So if you look at, they have, for instance, cards, and they have like buttons. So because we know we're potentially going to use this, we could look for a UI kit specifically that looks like this, and then we're drag and drop in the UI, and it looks almost like what we're going to build ourselves. Skeleton is the other one. This one's specific to Svelte Kit because they provide components that you can use, but it's also built on top of Tailwind. Daisy is cool. Daisy is cool, but Skeleton is specifically built for Svelte Kit. I don't know. See, the thing is, the Skeleton team left a comment on my YouTube channel, and it makes me feel like I should use Skeleton. Like, at the same time, because I think one of the things that that they potentially have are like more interactive components, and I think another thing that they give you are actual components that you can import, right? Quick stretch. Yeah, I don't know what that's about, the real Pygon. Actually, so I don't know if you saw earlier, but I was looking at GitHub issues, and I saw your comment in one of them. I think you commented about, yeah, the way that it's working in Penpot, but this is for Daisy. Let's check it out, Q21. And then this one, Flipstar used flow map, so it's a wireframing kit. We'll check it out. UI Kit, cool. And then Daisy UI components from the Figma community. I guess so they have a light theme. Do they have a dark theme? Hero, collapsible. Yeah. I don't know, but this is honestly what we need to do. We need to research. First of all, we need to settle on a UI kit. And these are our choices: Skeleton or Daisy UI. Now, if you think about UI component toolkits, yeah, we could do a poll, but I also want to inform you first before we start voting on this or even talking about it, because Daisy UI is pure CSS. There is no JavaScript involved here, which means certain things that would require JavaScript, you would have to implement yourself. The one thing that I can think of, which we implemented in FreshSpots, and Anonymous with the 5, you're too kind. Thank you for the gift. That's awesome. Yeah, and congrats, Joshua, you got one. So think about like a UI with a button that is a drop-down menu. Now that's different from like a select field. So if you look at like select, this is like a native select. So this is actually just the web browser. The only custom styling is the thing you click on to get that select. Now, typically, we're more used to seeing something like a menu, like a drop-down like this, where you click it and then you get some options. Now, it's actually fascinating that they were able to do this with just CSS. Let's actually see how they implement it. Do they do it with a checkbox? How do they even do this? How is this possible? But honestly, I think you can actually just do this with CSS. It used to be a thing where you actually could only do this with JavaScript, but it looks like it's CSS. Like, these kinds of interactions are kind of like what you're used to. It's using a label, literally like a label with a tab index. So when you click this label, it actually expands this. Yeah, I might be using focus. Is it accessible? Let's see. It should be. And I think the fact that they're using tab index, yeah. Now, okay, so like the menu inside does not seem selectable. That's one thing that we kind of want to worry about as well, right? Because it selected the button, but then we actually don't have the selection inside, right? But if you look at Skeleton, let's see what they have. For like menus or something like that. Yeah, so I'm pressing the arrow keys. Those are not working. Like I press tab and then I press arrow and then it just moves the page. If I press arrow again, it just moves the page. So, have we looked at Headless UI? Is it a Tailwind UI kit? I guess the link is gray. We've clicked on it before. Yeah, so this is React and Vue. We're going to be building with Svelte Kit. So that's why we can use Daisy, because Daisy is pure CSS. It doesn't care what you're using for JavaScript. Skeleton is specific to Svelte Kit because you can see they provide these components. So if I look at Accordion, they literally give you a Svelte component that you can import that kind of gives you this kind of interactivity. Okay, there's Svelte Headless. Okay, but we don't want to spend... Here's the thing. I'm going to set a timer. We're going to give ourselves, honestly, 20 minutes to make a decision. Are we going to use Daisy UI or Skeleton? And in 20 minutes, if we're still unsure, we'll take a look at Headless UI. But these are our two choices right now. We're going to limit ourselves. And the one thing we're talking about right now is we actually care about accessibility. So we want to make sure that the thing we choose has like accessible drop downs and stuff like that. Now Daisy looks better, but what I'm trying right now is not accessible, and we want our site to be accessible. What I mean by accessibility is there will be users that use a screen reader to navigate your website, and it's not the same, but you can simulate it by using tab, because that's kind of what a screen reader will do. That's the order that the screen reader will. Yeah, so as I press tab, you can see that it's selecting, and if I press tab again, it's selecting this button. Welcome to the bike shed. Yeah, that's why we set a timer. We're not gonna. We're trying to ship features here. We don't get like. But this is an important decision to make. So right now this button is selected. If I press tab, I would expect this to be the next thing, and then that should highlight just like the highlight happens when I hover over it, but that's not happening. Now there's probably a way to implement it. So like what Oscar is saying, accessibility in the HTML. So like if I add a tab index to this LI, is that how, like the other thing is I'm not super up to date on how to do all of the accessibility things. We'll have to look into them. So like, yeah, that's my question is, if we just add a tab index, does that fix the accessibility? Let's find a comparable drop-down menu in Skeleton. But yeah, Alan is saying, isn't Daisy UI the free version of Tailwind UI Kit? It's not a version of it, but they all do a similar thing. So, someone remind me when I'm done. Oscar, the real Pygoner Codex, remind me when I'm done picking a thing. We'll take a step back and talk about what Tailwind is, what a UI kit is, because all of those are related as well. But we're burning minutes. We only have 17 minutes left. Okay, so somebody help me find I will not. Okay, somebody should, because I'm gonna forget. Anybody that knows Skeleton, do we have a menu? Here we go. Utilities, menus. This menu uses default settings, fixed position. All right. Keyboard. When the menu is in focus, toggles the menu open and close. And this is what we're talking about. So if we have keyboard navigation, I would say we're closer to being accessible. Like I said, it's not the same thing as a screen reader, but it is a thing. Where are the examples, though? So like this just shows a tooltip. This isn't showing me... Oh, here we go. That's the one I want to see. Navigation. So it gets selected. You can see that it's highlighted, but if I'm using my keyboard to navigate, and then I click enter, it opens up, and then I press the arrow keys and I can choose it. So this is accessible. It's keyboard navigable. If we inspect it, we can also look at like ARIA attributes and stuff like that. So we have a nav and then a list. Okay. Well, I didn't ask you to do a poll, but I guess that's fine. Because I think also like people will be a bit more informed after we navigate around this a little bit. Adding tab index 0 to the LI element should fix the tab thing. Will it allow arrow key navigation though? Because that's the other thing. So you can see right now, because this is the highlighted element, when I press my up and down keys, it's selecting the specific thing. That's the other thing we need, and does tab index do that? Let's actually just like modify this UI. So we have a UL, and then if I say tab index 1, how does tab index even work? Tab index doesn't do that? Oh, you mean it doesn't do arrow keys? It's fine. We'll do another poll at the end. But honestly, like the fact that here's the thing which makes me think we should choose Skeleton. We have all of these svelte components and utilities, and these give us actual svelte things we can import to use, which are going to give us a bit more functionality than just the base CSS. The issue with just using the base CSS is we'll potentially have to implement some of this interactivity with our own JavaScript and svelte code, and that's more work. So it is cool that we have this. Like for example, a modal. It can pop up multiple modals. I don't think you can do that with just CSS. And quick stretch. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Robert Tables. If I choose Skeleton, find out the pain points, communicate it back to the devs. Yeah, I think that's great. I talked about earlier, they actually like left a comment on my YouTube video. So I did a video talking about all the frameworks that I tried, and it's the top comment. It's from the Skeleton Labs, or it was anyways. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Well, you saw it for a second. I don't know where it went. Top comments. There it is. Skeleton Labs. It was there. Yeah. So they just commented. They're like, thanks for trying it. Next time, give our CLI a try. But yeah. So I mean, they got a social media team. I mean, it's probably just the person that runs it. Yeah, but I'm leaning towards skeleton, especially because of this stuff. So if we, for instance, if we look at like modals in Daisy UI, the ability to have like a callback depending on which button was clicked is pretty important when you're designing like modals and UIs like this. So like I want to know if cancel was clicked or if submit was clicked. Now obviously you could just add click handlers to the specific buttons. What do I want? Modal. Okay, so this is Daisy UI. Modal, you have buttons. But with something like skeleton, you can very likely have callbacks when specific things happen in the modal, right? Toasts are another thing. See how that just like pops up in the UI like that? That definitely requires JavaScript of some kind. Here you have their example toasts, right? But there's no way to add new toasts to the page with just CSS. I'm gradually convincing myself that skeleton is the way to go, because you can see Daisy UI has toasts, but if I want to implement this with Svelte, I'm literally going to need to have an array for all of the messages. I'm going to have a loop that will iterate over those messages to add a new toast to the page. I'll need to add logic about how long do they stay on the page. Skeleton has that built in. There's a way to specify like the timeout. So when a specific thing pops up, it's only going to stay there for 5 seconds and then automatically disappear. I don't have to write that code. I literally just, see that? I just pass in the timeout and it does it. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's the other option, Arun Stop, is you create your own component. You use all of these classes, but you got to write a lot of custom code. Yeah, and so Floth is saying, in a form inside an HTML, any button will be a submit. There must be a difference between the cancel and submit in their implementation. I think that's the other thing when we were looking at modal. So like if it has a form, the submit form is like literally going to submit the action, and it's like a type of submit. I don't know. How much can you customize the skeleton components? This is the other question to ask is, all right, like let's say I don't like the default behavior. What would it take to override that default behavior? I don't know. I think the only way we'll find that out is when we get into it. And then that's the other thing, is customizing the styles. But I do believe, since it's just based on Tailwind, if I want to customize the styles, I can just pass down some Tailwind classes to override it. Now, and like I guess this is the other thing I was talking about. So I talked about how you would need to create like a list to hold all of your toasts, and you would need to have a timeout and stuff like that. Skeleton literally includes what's called a toast store. And so in Svelte, a store is kind of like think of it like a Redux store or like a data provider. You can put data in there and then like access it anywhere in the site. So the fact that it gives you that is pretty slick as well. And Nomad is saying, are modals good for W3C accessibility? I actually hate modals. I don't know why I'm using modals as an example. So if you tuned into my last app build, we did not put a single modal in the UI. I don't like modals because they shift the user focus. They obscure other elements. So actually, I mean, I don't even know if FreshBots is working right now. Let's see. I think the database is down, but let's see. Database is down. But basically anywhere in that UI that we built, anywhere that would have been a modal, we actually did it inline. So like when you click, for instance, a delete button, I mean, some people were complaining about the UI shift, but when you click a delete button, instead of popping a modal, it replaces the UI to say like, are you sure you want to delete this? Cancel or confirm. But it was inline instead of launched. But yeah. Yeah, I agree, Nomad. You don't always want a modal, and I think people overuse modals. I understand that, but this is the question. I mean, these are the conversations we need to have. Like, very obviously, Skeleton is more full featured because it's built for Svelte Kit, whereas this is just a CSS library. Like, if we tried to find Daisy UI Svelte, I don't know if it exists. Does it exist? Svelte Daisy, a Svelte Daisy UI component library, not found. But essentially, that's what someone would have to do. They'd have to come in and build these utilities and like components on top of Tailwind, right? And I'm not faulting Daisy UI for this. I'm just saying, for what we're about to choose, this is why we would go one way or the other. Yeah, complex tooltips. Yeah. Nice, Valk. Yeah, and I mean, if you specifically search for like Daisy UI Angular, you might find a specific component library. Why are we considering this 2 and not Headless UI or Flowbyte Svelte? We could, yeah, but I'm also trying to limit our choices because analysis paralysis is a real thing, and we need to just pick a thing and go. Especially because I'm live. A lot of people are watching. They want to see me actually write code. They don't want to see me just trying to figure out what library to use. But yeah, some people have mentioned Headless UI. I haven't looked much. Actually, no. So Headless UI, when I looked at the website, it just had React and Vue. But then somebody mentioned that they did have Svelte. Svelte Headless UI. This has 1.2 thousand stars. I'm going to assume this is the main one. So they have dialogue, they have menu, arrow keys are supported, cool. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's eight components that they provide. Is that everything I'm going to need? I do that. Like, if we're comparing these, it looks like Skeleton is more full featured, right? And what was the other one you wanted me to compare it to? Oh yes, Flowbyte Svelte. We tried Flowbyte Svelte. So Flowbyte is another thing built on top of Tailwind. And again, just like Daisy UI, you could just use the CSS, right? You don't have to use like their custom libraries. Like, if you go in here and look at like buttons, this actually will give you the Tailwind classes, but there's a plugin you can add to Tailwind that will give you the combined classes. But specifically with Svelte, they have a component library called Flowbyte Svelte. We tried using it. We really did. We tried using it when we were setting up Svelte before. I don't know if things have changed since then, but we ran into some issues even getting it like working with Svelte Kit. Become uncomfortable, yeah. Have I looked at Svelte UI? It's a Mantine port to Svelte. I haven't. Is it built on top of Tailwind? Seems cool. We're also specifically finding something built on top of Tailwind because we want to use the Tailwind ecosystem. Yeah. Spending 4 hours figuring out what framework is like real world programming. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, this was my experience. There was somebody that was in the YouTube comments of my video that were like, I don't know what you're talking about. It should just work. But you can go back and watch the VOD where we tried to get Flowbyte Svelte working, and we couldn't. Yeah. Preline. Is it for Svelte? Consta UIs. Yeah, there's a lot of options, right? I'm going to click these links, but also I'm getting a little bit of anxiety because it's just too many options. Does this support Svelte? I see. So like Preline would be comparable to Flowbyte or Daisy, but we would also need like a component library built on top of that. Yeah. And it is true, Nomad. Like, you want to do your research. This one's really cool. We need to build a hybrid mobile app and choose this. I clicked your link. What are you talking about, Oscar? You literally sent that link. Oh, this one, Carbon Components. Okay. Samuel is saying, tips for formatting inline CSS for native CSS lovers. I want to try it, but I can't get over the inline style bloat. Look up just VS Code plugins for Tailwind. So there's a plugin from the actual Tailwind team that organizes your Tailwind classes. Plugins, extensions, but let's see, because we're gonna want to install some of these. But if we just search for Tailwind, you definitely want Tailwind IntelliSense. This is actually gonna tell you what classes are available, so you definitely want that one. And then we have 3 minutes left, Joshua. 20 minutes isn't up yet. Also, yeah, I think it's not Tailwind Fold is another one. Like this one allows you to basically collapse. So this helps because you can uncollapse the things that you're working on. See, so that's one. Oh, it's a prettier plugin. Okay. So yeah, so that's one, and then I guess that wouldn't even be a VS Code extension. You just add that on top of Prettier. So Prettier Tailwind will actually organize your CSS classes. Honestly, we're going to do we need to get our tooling set up for it. So we'll figure all of that out when we get there. All right, Carbon Components, Const UI. It's a lot, but honestly, I think I've already convinced myself that we're going to go with skeleton. And the reason we started talking about this before even getting into wireframing is because now we could look for like a skeleton UI Figma components or design. Where's the blue screen glitching? Which corner? We also could just search the skeleton site. Like, do they have Figma? Pinpot. Top right? Right. I need a page that has white on it. Oh, I see. Teeny tiny. Okay, I'll fix that. Give me a second. The screen is already bright, but it's about to get even brighter, so give me a second. There we go. Do I think I'll prototype for mobile app and go that route? Right now, I think we're going to design... I think that's another thing we need to consider is designing like mobile first. But we're going to have like responsive and adaptive design. So the same UI, web UI should work, like desktop web UI should work on mobile. But we'll have like collapsing columns and stuff like that. That's the plan anyways. There's a lot to consider, as you can see. All right. Time's up. We got a minute. I chose skeleton. But let's talk through all of this, and I'll also do like a little rundown of this. I appear to have made a decision. Great. Thank you, Acid Spark. We're going to do a summary of what all of this is, and honestly, like the summary of what we just chose. Now, does anybody know of a skeleton UI Figma design kit? And it's okay if we can't find one, or not even Figma or Pinpot. If we can't find one, we're just going to use wireframing, because we actually don't care how close it is to, we don't care how close it is to the actual UI. And Refat, thank you very much for the gift. That's awesome. Appreciate you. Hi, YouTube. Headless UI. All right. I guess I already had that open. And really, I kind of want to show you buttons are always what I use as an example. So these are what the buttons look like in Daisy. These are what the buttons look like in Flowbyte. These are what the buttons look like in Flowbyte Svelte. These are what the buttons look like in Consta UI. Or not. Wait, is Skeleton in beta? It should be fine. I don't know. Man. Yeah, I didn't even talk about this, but Consta UI is really sick or really cool because you can have an iOS styled theme, so now it looks like these are buttons running on iOS, or you can have a material theme, so then it looks like material design or like Android, but it's interchangeable, and they have dark mode. Consta UI is slick. Right, and then Carbon Components, they've got buttons. Svelte Headless UI. We need to just pull up Headless UI. I see. So it really is just these a set of components for Headless UI. It doesn't, like, Headless UI doesn't have buttons, right? Am I seeing that right? I mean, I guess technically there's a button inside of the dialog. Do you have to style it yourself? Yeah, so they're technically styling it. So it doesn't give you styles, it just gives you the JavaScripty version of it. Svelte strap. So is Svelte strap bootstrap for Svelte? Bootstrap 5 components for Svelte. Nice. But we're focusing on things built on top of Tailwind. I see. Cool. And I'm afraid of data structure and algorithms and do not want to. What do I have to do? What should I do? Just jump right in. So don't be afraid, because there's no consequences. Just try your best. I don't know particularly like what JavaScript or what programming language you're using, but there are quite a few resources on JavaScript, data structures, and algorithms. So let me show you this. There's a specific GitHub repo. This one has everything. It has literally most data structures, most algorithms, all of them broken down, implemented in JavaScript, so you can learn from there. But my advice is don't be scared. Just jump in and start learning. It's just one more skill you can acquire. Fluent Svelte? What is that? Berkshire Hathaway? What does Berkshire Hathaway do? Yeah, and the Primogen has a good course on this too. We'll shout him out. I realized yesterday I was answering a question about should you pay for courses? And one of the comments I made was, if the course says it's the last course you'll ever need, it's probably lying. I didn't know this was the name of the Primogen's course. So if you heard that, I'm sorry, the Primogen. What I really was meaning by that sentiment was like, if a course costs, I don't know, a few $100s, and it's literally telling you that you're going to, I don't know, instantly get a job just by buying this course, it's probably not true. The Primogen doesn't say that. And also, you can watch it for free. And also, Front-End Masters is actually a collection of courses. Like, you pay one monthly fee, and you get access to a bunch of courses. So I didn't mean to target him in any way. That's just what came out. I did not realize he actually called his course that. Yeah, so like become a rock star coder, or this one course will get you a salary of $100,000 a year. Like those are not guarantees that they can make. So yeah, this is not a scam. Go buy it. Go watch it right now. I think he used TypeScript in his examples. So yeah. Also, I don't know if it was a joke or not, but there was also something about he's working on part 2 of this course. So it's called The Last Algorithms Course You'll Need. part 2. So it's like, well, if it was the last one, then why is there a part 2? But I don't know. Yeah. There are no tech companies in my city. Can I work remotely as a junior software developer? Yeah, especially this is now more than ever. You can work remotely as a dev. And Marjo, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Yes, you can. You got to work hard, and but yeah, a lot of companies are fully remote these days. Wait, so what is up with their? Oh, I see. They have no UI components. Is that why you shared it with me? Because it's just Times New Roman. That's funny. Wow, no CSS at all. I don't know. Look, take it for what you will. Like, specifically, the question I was answering was like, there are certain people that don't believe you should pay for courses at all. And I don't think that. I think a lot of courses people put a lot of time and effort into. And if you like the creator, if you like their teaching style, pay for it. Mignon, Pengu, thank you. You're new here. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, last course, plus. Yeah. I did not hear about more layoffs. The nice thing is I'm technically self-employed. I'm unemployed. I don't know. My wife pays all the bills, so I don't have to worry about that. I guess if my wife got laid off, that would be bad. But we have savings. We'll be fine for now. Honestly, we have enough savings to not have a job until the recession is over. If I was new to computer science, how would I start? I'd start by going to twitch.tv/codinggarden and watching the stream that I did yesterday. So yesterday, who was here yesterday? Type 1 in chat if you were here yesterday. I missed a couple of messages because I need to get going. But if you were here yesterday, Ashley B, thank you for the resub. We literally, like, yesterday's stream was like, I talked about everything. I talked about how to get started coding. I talked about what's it like working at a large corporation. I talked about what's it like being a consultant that consults for large corporations. I talked about what do you do if you want to train a junior dev. I talked about imposter syndrome. I talked about, like, literally all the things that people want to know about. I talked about it in yesterday's stream. So I suggest go watch that stream. And then tomorrow it's going to be over on the archive channel. So if you go to the YouTube archive, if it's not on Twitch anymore, go check it over there. But I talked about tutorial hell and how to get out of tutorial hell. Like, I literally that stream, Coding Garden never has to do another stream. You just go watch that, and that's it. That's all. Yeah, welcome in, Boomuder. Just hang out because I write a lot of code. But we are in the design phase of building an app, and one thing you'll learn after you're in industry is programming and software development is like 40% coding, 60% planning and meeting and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be that way. Some people have programming jobs where they're actually coding like 90% of their time, but it really varies. And right now we're in the planning phase. And the design and planning phase is what we're doing right now. But I will say I am very interactive with the chat. Sometimes I can't be because we need to just get stuff done. But I will say that I write a lot of code, and I'm pretty good at explaining that code that I write. And that's why people tune in. All right, what is Fluent spelled? Some are doers, some are planners, some are both. And I think, like, that's my main thing is, like, talk is cheap, show me the code. I really like to show code examples and all of the other good stuff. Yeah, and so for all the people that have questions about me or like what I do or my background, definitely go check out the frequently asked questions because I run down all of that stuff there. We got to get moving. What is Fluent spelled? Is this based on Tailwind? A look and feel of Microsoft's UI controls. Ooh. But it's not built on Tailwind. I only want to show things that are built on Tailwind. This also isn't built on Tailwind. I don't want to show... This is built on Tailwind. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Boomer. It's just like, I can't... The thing is, like, yesterday, I literally read every single chat message. Today, I can't do that. I can't do that. Like, we got stuff to do. All right. Now, yeah, thank you for the focus mode, Draculente. We're going to focus, what I want to do is just a quick rundown of the decision we just made and why we made that decision and how you too could potentially make your own decision there. Now, what are some other Tailwind UI kits? So we're going to just showcase Daisy. We can probably just go with like the default theme. We're going to show Flowbyte. We're going to show Consta UI. Is Tailwind UI the one, like the official one? Yeah. We'll show that one. What are some other Tailwind only component frameworks or UI frameworks? I'm not a Tailwind fan. I'm trying it. Basically, this is me giving it a go. I'm giving it a go in a new city. I'm doing my best to stay positive about it. Fluent UI. What is Fluent UI? That's that Microsoft thing. Why Tailwind only? Because we've already decided we're using Tailwind as a base. This is going to be a whole YouTube video. Because we're also going to compare Tailwind to something like Bootstrap. I've been trying Tailwind for like 4 months. The thing is, when we built our last app, I only scratched the surface of Tailwind. Cool. Yeah, Tailwind UI is paid. We'll talk about it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What is View Tailwind? Refactoring UI. Cool. Cool. Is there a Daisy UI spelled? Did we already do that? Yeah, what's up, SCMA? I got a new thumbnail. Yeah, I think the one issue people have with Tailwind is like it's really your first experience with Tailwind, which is you just see a bunch of CSS classes and everything about your past experience in web development is telling you don't do that. Don't do that. But you'll see that, I mean, it makes a little bit of sense. I'll try to do my best to talk about and like make the case for Tailwind as well. Smelt, never heard of that. Sailboat, what? Yeah. I have to wonder who desires to make stuff that looks like Megacorp. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I feel like around here we get a lot of people working at like startups and like smaller companies. I guess there's people working in enterprise too, but when you work in enterprise, your UIs look enterprisey. That just seems to be a thing, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Is this built on Tailwind? Smelt? That's a really bad name for a library. Honestly. Yeah, it is built on top of Tailwind. Cool. So that'll be good to show there. Sailboat says set up Tailwind. You've got yourself some buttons. And then does this have svelte components? This is so whoever sent me Sailboat is more comparable to like Flowbyte, right? And Daisy UI. Well, I already made my decision. I just am about to do a rundown of how I made my decision and what we're actually doing here. Have I ever worked as a cloud developer? What does that mean? I've deployed things to the cloud. I've worked with AWS, and I've worked with like serverless functions and stuff like that. What does it mean to be a cloud developer? Vote again to prove me wrong. Well, the thing is, I don't have to listen to your vote. I'm using my years of experience to make my decision. Yeah, well, I'm about to make here. I think I'm gonna make. I think I'm gonna make some believers out of you. If I don't make a believer out of you, I think I'm gonna potentially get you to try Tailwind, even if you've already have written it off. Okay. All right. Let me do a YouTube video. You know what though, CJ, Tailwind. I want you viewers to be able to see the chat, but I want it to be in focus mode, which is not. So I'm going to do a little bit of development real quick. Give me a second. I need to update my chat UI. Cloud developers only code on airplanes. Cool. All right. Give me a second. We got chat. We got app. Honestly, I just need a button that lets me toggle focus mode. I'm gonna add that. I'm writing code for this chat UI over on the left-hand side. So this is going to be toggle focus mode, and this will be active if focus is true. And then we need a little emoji icon. And what should be the emoji for focus? Like an eye? Isn't there like a study emoji? A target? Magnifier? I see. I like that. That makes sense. The target is a focus. There we go. That's it. We figured it out. That's it. Okay, so we have a button, and when we click it, I want to toggle focus mode, so I'm going to need a method. I'm actually in Vue.js right now. Yeah, actually, so we already have a property on here called focus, and that's how we're going to set the active class on that button, if focus is active. Now, all we need is a little method that toggles that boolean, and it'll just work, because I used to have a thing where I could send a chat message and it would turn on focus mode, but at this point I can just do this dot focus equals the opposite of what it currently is, like this. Oh, meditation would be good too. I like that, little sloths. I think we're gonna go with the target. I don't want to overthink it, but that should be it. I now have I should have a new button. Actually, no, this is I need to rebuild it. So give me a second. I'm gonna rebuild my app. Electron build. I guess technically I could have run the dev version just to make it make sure that it works, but it's gonna work first try. First try. Look, I can even close VS Code. I don't even got to worry about it. It didn't work first try. Right now there's a bug in my dependencies. I have to use Node version 16 in order to build this thing. Here we go. One more try. Nice. Nice. First try? First try? There's a button. Did I break it? it removed all opacity. It did the wrong thing. It worked. right, here's what I actually need to do so I can debug it. Oh, Mark Boots, thank you. A whole year, that's awesome. Legacy -- legacy peer dependencies. I only wired the button active. So this is actually bound to the template to turn focus mode on if focus is true. Did I get rid of the focus mode CSS class? And Jim McDonald, thank you for the resub. Yeah, so when this is focused, opacity 0.3. So I just need to debug this. I don't know what my dev command is. Electron serve. Oh no. I gotta put my API key in. Give me a second. Man, I digress. Give me a second though. The moment we get this working, you're gonna learn a thing or two. I swear it. Let's see. Do we get a refund if we don't learn anything? Yes, you'll get free dollars back. Unless you're, I guess, yeah, if you'll get free dollars back if I don't learn you a thing or two. All right, here we are. Now what we want to do is I just want to see. So now my Electron app is actually running in development mode. So if I make a change, it'll instantly refresh. Look at all this spaghetti code. Looks delicious, but if I set focus mode to true, does that not do anything? It really messes with the opacity. You know what? Maybe it's a more recent Electron dependency that broke it, because we did update Electron at one point. Because we have div class focus on there, and then focus on the message list. And then on the message list, if focus is true, I forgot, we need to do this. We need to do this. This, we removed animations because they were broken. I haven't gotten to fix it. This should fix it. There we go. That's a focus mode. Great. Great. And then now I can click this to toggle it on and off. We've done it. We've done it. Look at this. Boom. First try. Also, I guess the why is the yeah, the background is changing every 5 seconds. I can update that. Also, I need to fix the fact that the I need to fix so many things. Give me a second. Okay. We're going to get there. We're going to change it every minute instead of every 5 minutes. It doesn't set focus mode on Twitch, no. But yeah, we need to add the focus class to... But it's weird that the toolbar just shows up all the time if focus mode is on. We have action bar, and then action bar focus opacity 0.3. Oh. So here's the issue. So whenever I hover over, the action bar pops up, but that's because of a CSS class that has action bar, what is it, active? Yeah, action bar opacity 0. And then if it's active, set the opacity to 1. But if it's active and focused, set the opacity to 0.3. That's what I needed. That's the winner. And so now, if we go focus mode, it's hidden. Nice. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Finally. All right. All right. So now it's time to learn. I'm going to set a timer. Or not a timer, just a stopwatch. Let's see how long this goes. So what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about, first of all, what is Tailwind? What is Tailwind not? What is the decision we were making about a UI component library? What's the difference between that and a component library built for Svelte? And that's about it. That's about it. I think we'll go ahead and show the Tailwind plugins on VS Code extensions. And Dotos, thank you for that prime. What is life? Yeah, what is life? Are we alone in the universe? Yeah, okay, so we have IntelliSense. Yeah, what's up, Foji? I got a new avatar. What is happening? Visual Studio. Well, not Visual Studio, VS Code extensions. I just want the main extension site. This. Here we go. Tailwind. We've got that. We also want Tailwind Fold. This only has 750 downloads. Is there another plugin for this? Does anybody know? What's the main Tailwind Fold one? Tailwind, it's called Inline Fold. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Inline Fold. This is, I mean, it's not doing much. It's just one that only has 750 downloads is it's a little bit suspicious because it's is it just malware? I mean, even 40,000 installs doesn't seem like a lot, but because ultimately you're kind of thinking, all right, most Tailwind devs might want to use this. Class name collapse. Class name. Everyone's got to start somewhere. It's true. It's true. But I would just think if there are this many Tailwind people, then the Tailwind hype exposed. No. I proudly show my 100 Tailwind classes. Is it just, I guess I'm going to go with the people. So anybody that writes Tailwind on a regular basis, is this the one you use, Inline Fold? Just say yes or no in the chat. Seems like it. It's got 40,000 installs. We leave the Tailwind raw. Okay. Yes? Foji says yes. Cool. Cool. All right, let's do the thing. Cool. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we're going to talk about Tailwind. We're going to talk about what it is, what it isn't, what you might compare it to, and then we're going to talk about how we are making a decision about a specific Tailwind UI component library we're going to be using in the app that we're building. And then we're also going to talk about some potential plugins and tools you can use with Tailwind. So first, what is Tailwind? TailwindCSS.com, their tagline, rapidly build modern websites without ever leaving your HTML. You can read their docs. They got a really good marketing team. They talk about why you would use this thing. They tell you how to set it up. And there's been a lot of controversy about Tailwind lately, mainly because people kind of don't like the way it looks. It feels like inline CSS, which we've been told all of our careers that we shouldn't do, or which is bad. I mean, there's reasons for it and not for it, but let me just give you the basic rundown of what Tailwind gives you. So it's utility first. So right now, if you're just using like Sass and BIM or something like that, your code might look like this. You have some elements, they have some class names on them, and that will render out something that looks like this. You can see all of those class names are defined below. Sometimes this would need to be in a separate file. If you're working in a component library like Vue or Svelte, it might be co-located and like right next to the component code or the template code. But this is kind of what you're used to if you have been working with regular CSS. And then Tailwind, you get the same result, but your code ends up looking like this. So essentially, you have a bunch of utility classes that define the same things. Now, this is where people start to freak out and they're like, ooh, it's ugly. I don't want to do this. Okay, but let me convince you. So first of all, excuse me. First of all, one of the things that that's me right now. But let me calm you down and point out a few more things you might not have noticed. Because Tailwind isn't just these utility classes, it's also a design system that has built-in decisions and predefined units. So let's take a look at this. Like one thing that we don't have in this example are variables, right? So for instance, we have a border radius of 0.5, we have a max width of 24 rem, we have a padding of 1.5 rem, we have a font size of 1.25 rem. There's a lot of variables here, and I mean, if this were JavaScript code, these would be magic variables, right? We would literally just have numbers in our code. Now, you could say that in another code base, I actually would extract these out into like reusable variables, but you get that by default with Tailwind. So this is kind of like one reason why you might use Tailwind. You see this P-6. The -6 doesn't mean 6 rem or anything like that. It's actually comparable to 1.5 rem. And once you learn their design system and you know P1, P2, P3, P4, now you can have more consistent padding throughout. You can see some other magic variables in here, like built-in responsive design, so max width small. In the case over here with variables, we have max width 24 rem. So obviously, you could code this a different way. You could add in variables, but with less code now, because you don't have to directly reference those variables, you can start using those kinds of things. Same thing with like H-12. So if we look at the image class, that's going to be a height of 3 rem. So the -12 in terms of height is 3. Now, yeah, and so like Derpsauce is mentioning in the chat, you also can just put your own variables in, but you probably don't want to do that because then you wouldn't be benefiting from the design system that's built into it. Now, obviously, this is a whole new system that you need to learn. You need to learn, like, what are all the numbers and what do they correspond to? But just like anything else you've learned in your career, you could potentially learn this. So this is what Tailwind is. This is kind of why people hate it, but I'm kind of giving you some reasons why you might actually use it. Now, what is Tailwind not? Tailwind is not Bootstrap. And let me show you why. So for instance, like if we wanted a button, we would essentially have to assemble all of these classes together, and Tailwind does not give you that. I don't know if I can find any examples in their docs. Let's see. Like this. So you can see this is a nicely styled button, but Tailwind doesn't give you that button. Tailwind gives you the classes that you have to assemble into that button. So you can see that it has a little ... here. There's actually some missing classes. Let's actually just inspect it and see what the CSS classes are. There we go. So background sky 500, pixel 5, PXY, so padding in the x-axis of 5, padding in the y-axis of 2, text small, leading 5. I think that might have to do with text, rounded. Basically, all of these CSS classes result in a button that looks like this. If we try to compare this to Bootstrap, Bootstrap gives you a single class, BTN, and BTN primary, right? So Tailwind to Bootstrap or Tailwind to any other CSS framework is not a one-to-one comparison. Let's take a quick stretch. So that's one thing to note, and one thing to understand when you're kind of when you hear people talking about Tailwind, because Tailwind alone isn't going to give you like nicely styled buttons and like nicely styled cards. It gives you utility classes that you then assemble to get this kind of thing. I guess what is another thing I wanted to mention? So in terms of reusing those styles, so you might say, hey, I don't want to have this in my code all the time. How can I assemble Tailwind classes together into a single thing that's more similar to like BTN or BTN primary? They have a way. It's the apply directive. Do they show it here? Yeah, they do. So in Tailwind, and specifically this is like a post-CSS plugin where you can basically create your own class called button primary that is an assemblage of those classes. Now you could argue why this is good or bad or why you wouldn't use it, and actually a lot of Tailwind proponents actually don't like this. But regardless, that is one way that you could do it with Tailwind. Now, let's keep moving. So what we've covered so far is that Tailwind is not bootstrapped. Tailwind is all of these utility classes, and you assemble them together to give yourself a UI component. And one of the arguments I was making for it is that it basically gives you a design system with built-in variables that you don't have to reference directly. Once you know the design system, you just get it. Okay, now let's say you want something like Bootstrap, which I do. I don't typically design my UIs completely from scratch. I typically reach for like Bootstrap or Material Design or some other CSS framework. And as we've said, Tailwind is not that. So what do? You find someone that's built a library on top of Tailwind. So Tailwind UI is from the actual Tailwind team, and this is that. So they have components and like hero sections and whatever else, and they essentially give you a pre-created list of Tailwind classes that's going to give you UI elements like this. Now, Tailwind UI is a paid product. You can look at their stuff to see if you'd like it, but there are free alternatives to it. So one of those is Daisy UI. So Daisy UI is a Tailwind 4 plugin. You basically have Tailwind set up, you add this as a plugin, and now you get access to these kinds of buttons. And the class that you get is BTN. So if you were to use Daisy UI, now, instead of having to assemble all of these classes together, you get a very similar experience like you would have in Bootstrap, but Daisy UI is providing those for you. And Daisy UI has a lot of different themes. So they have like a dark theme, and a cupcake theme, and I like the forest theme because it's green like Coding Garden. But you can look through Daisy UI and they have all these things. They have buttons and cards, and you get like a Bootstrap-like experience, but now built on top of Tailwind. And the reason you might do that is now you can benefit from the design system of Tailwind with these pre-built components. And there are other options. There's Flowbyte. Similar idea. If you look at the Flowbyte docs, they actually do show you all of the classes they're using to get that. And so like technically you could just like copy paste this into your project if you want to. They also, I believe have a plugin where you can use it in a similar style. I don't know as much. And then I also found Sailboat. So if we look at Sailboat, again, it's providing you with these pre-built components, but it actually gives you the Tailwind classes that you can copy and paste. Again, this is where people are going to be freaking out like, oh my goodness, look at all those CSS classes. And that was my initial reaction, but we also haven't talked about the developer experience of CSS, which I guess I can talk about a little bit, right? One of the arguments for Tailwind as well is like, let's say you're in a large code base and you come across this little bit of markup. What does it mean to be a chat notification, right? So this is one of the arguments for Tailwind is if I'm just using CSS classes and I look at this class, what does it do? Does it apply padding? Does it change the background color? I don't know. The only way I'm going to know is I'm going to need to context switch into the styles. Now, you may argue that if I'm in a svelte component or a view component, like a single file component, it's not too much context switching because I just scroll down and I can see it. But you potentially also have to deal with the CSS cascade, because it's possible that this is not the only class that's affecting this element. It's possible that you have global styles that have cascaded and are targeting this element as well. So even looking at this CSS, you actually don't know all of the CSS that has been applied to it. So that's another argument for, okay, so now when I do see something like this, at a glance, I can actually tell how it's styled and what it's being applied to. Now you could argue, that's a lot of scroll. I don't want to do that lot of scroll. And there are tools that can help you with that. First of all, there's the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will, inside of VS Code, show you all of the Tailwind classes that are available as you start typing. So that's one thing. The other thing is a lot of Tailwind devs like to do this inline fold where you essentially can collapse the classes. I mean, I haven't used this yet. I am just beginning on my Tailwind journey, and I think I'll probably use this because at least when I'm navigating a component, it's going to make it a little less busy, and then if I really do want to modify the styles, I can expand it. That's one thing as well. So all of that to say, here are some options if you don't want to write all your styles from scratch, but you still want to use Tailwind. Now, we specifically are building an app in Svelte Kit. So Svelte Kit is a meta framework built on top of Svelte that's going to give us front end and back end and server side rendering and also hybrid rendering and all of that good stuff. We're going to be using this. And because these things I showed you, like Daisy UI or Flowbyte or Sailboat, because they are just CSS, you could actually just use them directly with Svelte Kit. Like, no issue. There's no potential things you could run into because it's like interfering with JavaScript or anything like that. These base libraries are literally just CSS and will work just fine with Svelte Kit. But today we talked a lot about how we actually don't just want the styles. We don't just like, we actually want a little bit of interactivity. And an example of that might be, let's say, like a drop-down modal. So in Daisy UI, we have this little drop-down. We can click it, we get a UI like that. Also, if we want to see the accessibility, like the tabbing, you can see that when I start tabbing, those things select. Right now, when I tab, it selects the button, but if I tab again, I actually can't use the arrow keys to select the dropdown. Now, there might be a way to do this. There might be a way to actually modify the HTML to get like full keyboard navigation here, but it doesn't look like it's built in. I'd have to do a little bit of digging. So what we looked for was a component library specifically for Svelte that's built on top of Tailwind that provides pre-built components. And the one that we chose is Skeleton. So for example, if we find a menu in here, we can see that if I click this and press enter and then press my arrow keys, I guess I've decided, but now this kind of like gives me accessibility in here that I can use my keyboard to navigate the UI components. There's also things that you can only do with JavaScript that they've implemented as components. So for instance, toasts. Toasts are a UI thing where a little thing will pop up, and then after a little bit, it'll disappear. So I think after 5 seconds, this thing disappears. Great. If you want to implement that, you need some interactivity. You need JavaScript, or in this case, you need some kind of like Svelte code, which is really just JavaScript or TypeScript. If you look at toasts, for example, in Daisy UI, let's find it. Toast. They cannot give you the ability to automatically hide something after 5 seconds, right? They can give you the styled toast, and you can see all of their examples, like they have some stuff here, right? Great. But you would have to implement the functionality to like automatically hide a thing after 5 seconds. And that's actually what we're getting with Skeleton UI. They literally give us this capital T toast component we can import into our Svelte app. And then they give us some codes we can write and to customize it. So like, how long should it appear? Should it automatically hide? These kinds of things. And so if we were just using Daisy UI with Svelte, we'd have to implement all of that ourselves, which is why something like Skeleton is really nice because they've done the hard work of designing all of that. And everything we see here in utilities has that JavaScript functionality abstracted away from us. We have customization, but we don't have to write custom JavaScript code. So like this is a drawer that opens from the right, and all of that good stuff. So Skeleton works with TypeScript, absolutely. For instance, I think when you're in here, they have this type toast settings, and if I were working in this object, I would get autocomplete as to what options are available to me. So that's a thing. They also just have base components like Daisy UI. So if we look at, for instance, buttons, that's just going to be some CSS classes, btn, because we don't need any more JavaScript to make a button work. We kind of just need the CSS. So Skeleton is a combination of both. You have like the base CSS, but then you also have the Svelte components and utilities that give you the interactivity on top of that. So that's why we've chosen Svelte Kit. We've chosen Skeleton, so it's going to work with our Svelte Kit app. We get the benefit of having Tailwind, so if we do want to customize these elements, we can just start adding Tailwind classes and change them up if we want to. But we also get the added benefit of the utilities and the actions. Now, Skeleton is not the only UI kit built on top of Tailwind for Svelte. We also found Smelt.js. So they give you components here, and there might be a few others, but really, we're talking about component libraries built on top of Tailwind that give you pre-built components and also interactivity. Yeah, so Skeleton is specifically for Svelte. And we're talking about Svelte right now. If you were building a React app, you would want to try to find a library specifically that works with React and built on top of Tailwind. So for instance, like Flowbyte actually has, Flowbyte has component libraries. So this would have been a potential option. I've ran into issues getting it work with Svelte Kit. It may be fixed by now, but This would give you, if you look at their library, that could give you a similar functionality as what you would get with Skeleton. So that's a thing. Another one that I guess I didn't mention earlier was Consta UI. This one is really cool, especially if you're doing hybrid mobile development. So this gives you buttons, and if you're on, I guess this is the Android look. Yeah, I'm in material theme. If you're on Android, then this would look fine, but you can also swap it out for iOS. And now your UI looks like iOS. So if you're building a hybrid mobile app with something like Capacitor.js, this could be really cool. And they have components for Svelte. Honestly, if you wanted to use the material theme, you don't have to be building a hybrid mobile app. It's just, I didn't really want to go for the material design look. I'm more so I like the look of Skeleton, so we're gonna go with that. But that was another potential option. And then, like I said, there's Flowbyte Svelte, which gives you components that have all of those styles wrapped up. Now, did I miss anything? Are there any questions in the chat? Did you learn anything? Are you slightly convinced? Did I maybe slightly reduce your Tailwind rage a little bit? Let me know in the chat. Smelt it? Yeah, it's called Smelt. Limeout says, I feel smart now, thanks. Yeah, no problem. What is Tailwind? Great, great, everybody. I'm so glad that I get I'm so glad that I convinced you. SC says, I learned I don't know much and much to learn. Sure, yeah, and I think, I guess closing words are, honestly, like the first time I saw Tailwind, and honestly my first experience with Tailwind was using Flowbyte, and really, all of these CS classes is, this is initially what I was just like, I don't want to do this, and I because I don't design UIs completely from scratch, I typically would reach for something like Bootstrap, and that's kind of the experience I was looking for, and you didn't really get that when you're copying and pasting all of these styles, but we're gonna give it a shot. So this app that we're building is going to be my first big app built with Tailwind, and we'll see how it goes, because really it comes down to, like, do I like using it? Like, do I like working in a code base built with it? And I think especially because we're going to be using something like Skeleton, I actually won't have to see the Tailwind styles as much, but I can use them if I need to. I guess one thing I didn't run into, and like one of the aspects I do like about utility classes, are things like Flexbox, right? Like, how many times have you created a single CSS class just to make something a Flexbox? Probably a lot. Where would would this be in display flex? Far too many, right? So you create like one little display flex. Yeah, so you do this so many times, you want a container to be a flexbox, so you have to name that container, you add the CSS styles, and now you actually have multiple containers in your app that are all the same centered flexbox. With Tailwind, you literally have a class called flex, you have a class called flex center, I'm guessing, we need to, the flex items, actually it wouldn't be center, it would be like justify center. That's the thing, I still have to learn the Tailwind classes, but if you do flex and then justify center, you have just created a flex box with justify content center. And then if you do like W-100, you can get 100% width container, or like width full is what it is. So it's nice that you don't have to create CSS classes all the time, especially for like little one-off utilities. And I think that's going to be nice when we're working in specifically Skeleton, because we get these pre-built components, but now when I need like little one-off flex boxes, I already have Tailwind, so it's easy enough to do. Oh well, that's all I have to say. Hopefully you learned a little bit. Hopefully I made you a little less mad, and maybe you'll try Tailwind and see if it's for you. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, all of that to say, we chose Skeleton. In Svelte, you don't have to create classes. HTML elements are scoped by default. Cool. Limeout says, I'm a little less mad. Cool. Wait, weren't you all for Tailwind before, Limeouts? And C. No, it's not over. Now we actually write some code. So at this point, we want to create some wireframes. I'm a little more mad. That's okay, Farshid. We want to create some wireframes for the UI that we're designing. And one of the things we were looking into is UI kits for Figma. So we could use Figma. Also, we could use Pinpot and find a template over there. Now it's time to design. Now it's time to stop arguing about should you use Tailwind or not, and just like, let's design some UIs. Yeah. Thank you, Snedix. I like lost my voice for a second when I was screaming. Okay. Help me out, everybody. I think somebody sent me some links earlier. One thing we could do is try to find a skeleton. Honestly, let's look at their GitHub and see if anybody has opened an issue talking about either Figma or Pinpot. Because it would be really cool if we got a Figma design file that literally had this button in it that we could just drag it over. And low-level learning, thank you for the raid. I have my alerts off right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. We just got done learning some people about Tailwind. Appreciate you. What were you working on? Yeah, there we go. Hackermans? let me know what you're working on. And yeah, everyone click that link, drop a follow. You're doing some pwnable challenges. Nice. We're talking, we're on the complete opposite end of this. We're talking about UI. And so today we're working on an app for, it's our Friday app. We work on it every Friday. We're building a full stack app that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. We designed the database last time. Today we're going to build out some basic wireframes and user flows to talk about like what's the landing page look like, what does the onboarding experience look like for a new user. We're going to design that. And we've been live for like almost 2 hours. At this point, we've decided we're going to use Skeleton for our UI, which is a UI component framework for Svelte Kit, this thing. So we chose that, and now we're trying to find some kind of plugin or tool for either Figma or Pinpot, which are UI design tools. And so kind of what we want is a set of components where we can just like drag and drop these into either Figma or Pinpot to design the UIs. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so you just, Baldy just linked this to me. What is this? User flow elements. Is that linked on this page? User flow? Can we see an example of it? So when I worked as a consultant, we either had, it varied while I was working there, but we either had an in-house designer that was doing all of the designs, or we hired a design firm to consult with us. So like a company hired us to build the software, and then we hired a company to design the UI, and then we would implement that. It also varied because sometimes if the project didn't have enough budget, the PMs would just create wireframes and we would just go from there. Like we wouldn't even have actual mock-ups or anything like that. And then sometimes the PMs wouldn't even do that work, and I would just build the UI based on some written description. So it varied. Probably the most fun for me, or the most enjoyable for me, is when somebody else designed the UI or the UX and I just implemented it. Because the issue with not having someone go and present you with a design file or a wireframe or something like that is if I just go and implement it, I'm only going off of what we talked about, and that may not have been what they had in their head, and then there's a lot more back and forth. Yeah. PMs are project managers, so like, like project management. And so a lot of the PMs we had were pretty good designers in general, for whatever reason. I don't know, typically there doesn't have to be crossover, but they were good like UX people and design people, the ones that worked at my company anyways. But ultimately, they're there to manage the overall project. So like to help choose, to help prioritize things, to be the direct contact with the business or the client that we're building the software for. But yeah, Google just laid off 11,000 employees. Wow. There's still people hiring. Just go to all the hiring websites. A lot of people are still hiring. I think a lot of companies overhired in 2021. Like you probably heard the news that Microsoft laid off 10,000 people. But what you may not know is that they hired 40,000 people in 2022. I showed this chart yesterday. It's on Data is Beautiful. Here it is. So in 2022, between 2021 and 2022, Microsoft hired 40,000 employees. And then this year, they laid off 10,000, but that's still a net positive of 30,000 employees. I don't know. We're not going to talk about layoffs. We're going to design UIs. User flows is probably what we want. Let's do a quick poll if people have any opinions on if we should use Figma or Polpot. Not Polpot. That's a completely different thing. Don't Google that. Penpot. Penpot. I don't know why I said that. All right, you've got a minute to vote. Figma or Penpot. It is a lot of people, but no, stop. Penpot is an open source design tool that's very similar to Figma. Don't Google it. I'm sorry that I said that. Penpot is also free, and you can self-host it. I think you can it's completely completely open source. You can look at it on GitHub. You can look and see how they built the thing. Figma is proprietary, and they recently got acquired by Adobe. And so a lot of people are afraid that potentially Figma is going to get locked behind a paywall eventually. Because it's called Penpot. It's only one letter off from the other thing. So Figma is now owned by Adobe, which is why... You see, like, Figma is winning. I may not go by the poll. I'm just going by, like, audience sentiment. But that's one of the reasons why I potentially wouldn't choose Figma. The thing is, I've used Figma for a lot of other things. I accidentally voted for Figma. It's fine. I'm not gonna. This isn't this be-all, end-all poll. Yeah, I still get to do whatever I want. It's my stream. It's also off by one. So if I vote for Penpot, then it's a tie. Yeah. Figma. I think you can pay for Figma technically. What were we saying? Didn't somebody say something? We're gonna go with Penpot. We'll see. Like, I think the UI and the use is slightly different than Figma, so it's gonna be a little bit of learning. But let's get started. Penpot it is. Democracy. Actually, I think one thing we do want to consider is, does Penpot allow collaboration? So one of the cool things about Figma is multiple people can be dropped into a document and all of them working on the same thing at the same time. Build my own design app. That's not what we're here to do. All right, here we are. We're inside of Penpot, and one of the things we were looking for is a design thing that we could use with Penpot. So there's something like Penpot community libraries. These. And so basically these are like nice templates you can plug in here and then like drag and drop stuff, right? So you can drag and drop buttons, and that's kind of what we want, because otherwise, like if I just create a new file here, I'd have to do everything from scratch, right? I can create boxes, I can put like text inside of boxes, but that's going to be really cumbersome, so I literally just want to drag and drop UI components so I don't have to do all of that from scratch. And some of these might be what we need. I'm gonna try the wireframing kit, and then also the user flow, I think. So give me a second. Let me download this. Can we make ChatGPT create wireframes? I don't think ChatGPT can create images, but you could actually use like, you could use. People have created videos on using what's the one on Discord? Midjourney. Using the Midjourney one to fully generate like fully finished designs, which is crazy. AI UI design. Codex is a good channel, and that he has a couple of videos on how he takes you through the process of coming up with prompts, getting the design, and then like implementing it. This is actually the video that I watched where it actually designed a. He did some iteration, but he was asking it to design like a shoe sale website. Like these are the mock-ups and the UIs that it generated. And then he picked one that it generated and then further iterated on it. Like he brought it into like Photoshop and stuff. I guess he did. Yeah, this used to be Adrian. Cool. Definitely check him out though. The current chat background looks great. Wait, which one? Did it change? I think it changed, didn't it? I don't even know which one it was. Clip it. So I'll go pick that image. But all of that to say, you could use AI. The thing is, I'm not trying to design a UI like that. I care more about like very low level, like a sketch, a wireframe. So this is what we sketched out earlier to talk about wireframes. Like we want something really high level so that we're not worried about like design and body copy. Like we're literally going to have like filler text and stuff like that. That's a website. So this is more so what we're going to do because we're going to be using a component library. We don't have to care as much as about like that kind of design. Yeah, and so Balsamic is one that I've used before in the past. And Balsamic is like purely wireframes. Right, but like Penpot and Figma can be used for wireframes, but they also could be used for like full UI mockups. He has 2 channels? Wow. I had no idea. I've been watching the other channel. That's cool. Oh, is it this like the Planet Earth one? Okay, give me a second. I'll set it. Is this it? Planet Earth? Actually, I guess this is cool because like the sky blends in with the background. Is this the one you were talking about, Timon? This one actually is slightly different. It's not exact, but it's amazing. Honestly, like yeah, I'm not opposed to finding like a really good sky image. Not right now. This is my last digression, and then we're gonna start drag and dropping. I guess I have multiple images that all have a sky on them. Oh well. That's the one. All right, does it still say I'm in focus mode? It does. All right, Balsamic, definitely another tool you could use. I've used it in the past. It is straight up wireframing. You don't get anything else. And then, at least as far as I know, Envision is another one we used to use. I don't know if it's still a thing. But Envision is typically more so for like higher fidelity mockups and such. But Envision also lets you create interactive mockups where you can design a screen, make a button so that when you click on it, it goes to another screen. YouTube content about design tools? No, let's just get into it. So I just downloaded the user flow and wireframing kit. These look to be what I want. So let's try it. So I downloaded them. And then I think I just import them into Penpot. Cool, yeah, I've never used Whimsical. Let's see. Can I open a Penpot file? I guess technically I need to go back to my dashboard, and then do I like drag and drop it? Yes. So in here, I can do import, choose the thing, and then let's do the wireframing kit. Envision app. So when you're working at a software consultancy, there's a lot of different things you could do, and sometimes the actual deliverable for our clients was just an interactive prototype, not an actual app. And so our design team would literally put the whole thing together. Like, it wasn't a working app, but it literally was all of the screens designed. The screens were linked together, and then they potentially would take that and implement it themselves, or come back later and have us design it. But we typically tried to like break up our deliverables so that we could get paid earlier. So like, because a lot of times, like sometimes they'll try to get you to design stuff for free. So essentially the mock-up, the interactive mock-up was a deliverable, and then we eventually built the real app. It had an error importing. That sucks. Let's try again. User flow. For free? That's not it. All right, it worked. Let's see what we get. Assets? Ooh, okay. Now I have to learn how to use Pinbot. I can't select this thing. Okay, there we go. Why did that? Oh, I have to click the name of it. All right. So, say we have like a little landing page. Not good. I hate it. Let's find another. Why is it so ugly? I'm really disappointed that it wasn't able to import that wireframing kit. This seems like the one that I want. Should have gone with Figma. Yeah, we can still change our minds at this point. I think the one thing about Figma is it's been around longer, so people have built more UI kits for doing this kind of thing. That ended quick. Well, it's like, I literally just want like a blank window that I can drag over, and then I want a button that I can drag over. Oh, I see it. Maybe that'll be better than trying to upload. Let's see if this fails. If this fails, then I'll try clicking that. Yeah, this is what Real Python was. You have to upload it. What happens if I just click this? Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Is Whimsical free? Whiteboards and docs and all. Cool. How much it costs? Free item. Okay. We've got ourselves the wireframing kit. We've got assets. We can delete the cover. I'm going to search the assets for a window. I didn't find a window. What? Oh, we have a device, like a phone? I guess if I want a window, I just draw a box. This is our window. And we'll design for 1920 by 1080. Cool. If you're used to Figma, the zoom out and zoom in seems to work. We're just going to have a white background, and then wireframing is an art, yeah. And then we'll have a stroke, so it's like an outlined window. Great. For our app, we potentially want like a header thingy. Okay, nice. We got ourselves a header. And so let's start talking about what we're having a stroke right now. The app that we're building is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. The thing we're going to design right now is like the landing page. So what does a user see that has never been to our site before? And then we're also going to design the onboarding flow. So how does a user sign up, and what do they see after signing up? Brutalism UI? Okay, so we've got a landing page. We probably want some like body copy. Is there like a lorem ipsum thing going on in here? Are these really all the assets I get? It doesn't feel like a lot. I feel like there should be more things that I can pick and choose from. This is also why I would use something like Lucidchart. I know it has a bunch of like built-in things. Can anybody help me? Anybody help me? Yeah, Chrono Triggers. And that's the thing is like I'm calling ourselves full stack because we're literally going to design this thing and then we're going to write the code to implement it. That's our plan anyways. All right, let's give Figma a try for like 5 minutes and see if we can get anything better out of it, because ultimately we probably just need to find a better base template. There was typography at the bottom. I don't know how to use it. Yeah, we could literally just start implementing, which is typically what we've done in the past. But all right, I have Figma. How can I get wireframing assets? Just please start programming. Let's explore libraries. Wireframe? Figma community is what I want. If I right-click the canvas, plugins, find more plugins, wireframe. Wireframe library. We're just gonna do it. we're just gonna build it out. Here's what I am gonna do. I am going to I'll do a basic sketch like this. I'll do a basic sketch and then we'll write the code to make it happen. That's our plan. That's what we're gonna do. And honestly, we have the sketch now. Take a deep breath. We have the sketch. We need a landing page with a header, with some title and tagline, and then a button that says sign up. That's it. We're gonna build that right here, right now. All right. Let's go. So, our app is called Listed. It's a Svelte Kit app. It's all going to go in here. And we need to install Tailwind and Skeleton. This is my exact process. I just scrap it all. All right, let's get Skeleton set up. Now, they do have a CLI to generate an app, but we already have a generated app because we use this to design our databases and such. I've used wireframe.cc in the past, honestly. Like, it honestly is easy, is kind of like what I want, but we're just gonna write the code. But last time we designed the database with Prisma, so we already have our Svelte app. We're gonna go with manual install. We've done this once before. Hopefully we can get it working without any hiccups. So we need to install Skeleton as a dev dependency. They did say we should use their CLI, but we're going to try not to. We're also not going to skip any steps. We're going to click these buttons as it takes us through each thing. We now need to install Tailwind. So Svelte Add is a project for Svelte Kit and Svelte apps that lets you easily add things from the community. So they have this Svelte Add for Tailwind, so I can easily just add Tailwind to my app. So that's what this command does. This adds Tailwind to our app. And it creates the stuff for us. We're still going to need to do an npm install, but you can see it created a Tailwind file. It created a Tailwind file. It also created a post CSS file, which has like it's post CSS config, and then I believe inside of here, yeah, it creates the post CSS file. I'm going to go ahead and install a few extensions. Actually, I'll do that in a second so I can make a quick video out of it. But we're going to need like the post CSS extension, the Tailwind extension, and the inline fold extension. All right, we've got Tailwind. That put it in our package.json. So over here, Now Tailwind is listed. Now if we do an npm install, it'll actually install that dependency. So great, 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 great. It feels like we're making progress. Now we need to configure it. Append the following to enable dark mode. So in our Tailwind config, we're going to say dark mode class. And so this will allow us to toggle dark and light mode with a single class on the HTML element. So that should be good. We then need to update the content settings. Does it want both of these or just one of these? Both of these. Oh, keep the existing value. So we want both. We want that one and that one. Great. Add the skeleton plugin right here. And under plugins, we don't have anything, so we're going to add that. All right. They also have plugins for forms, typography, line clamp. We'll probably come back to these. I don't know how many forms we're actually going to have in our app. Do I have 4-space tab? It's a 2-space tab. I also haven't set up ESLint or Prettier. Honestly, though, I think if I run Prettier, it does format it. Oh, it should be for? The sign-up form, we're going to do login with Google. Login with Google. So there won't be any manual. The only... After the OAuth flow comes back, we'll probably have them choose a username and change their avatar image if they want to. But for now, the forms are going to be pretty simple. Yeah, we're using TypeScript. So honestly, I think I actually could rename this config file to TS. I don't want to break it, though. Let's get it working, and then we'll worry about everything else. So we have themes. Not going to worry about themes for now, but we do need to import the CSS in our main.js, or main.ts. Index. That's a test. App.ts. Page.svelte. Layout. Here. So with Svelte Kit, this main layout file is used for all of the other pages. And so you can see they've already imported post CSS. We just need to add the import for skeleton CSS. So now we get both of those. And then on our body tag, we add the data theme attribute. Right here. Data theme skeleton. Okay. Styling. For most users, we recommend importing all in your layout. That's what we'll do. So we add the theme, we bring in all. That's everything required for skeleton with all imports in the correct order. Otherwise, you could only import the things that you want. We'll do all for now. I don't think it's going to hurt to include typography and forms and everything else. Yeah, so we'll get it working so we can swap between light mode and dark mode, but I think right now we'll just use the base theme that it gives us. All right. This is talking about the base style sheet, which is this thing. And we already have these Tailwind directives. I'm just going to install post CSS so I can get syntax highlighting inside of here. So post CSS language support, 452,000 downloads. Now that I have that, the post CSS file should light up like a CSS file. Great, great. Yeah, exactly. So what Nomad is mentioning is even though we're including all the CSS right here, we could actually have a build process that gets rid of the styles that we're not using. So it will reduce our bundle size, which is good. Import order, we have the theme, we have all, and we have post CSS. That looks good. We're not going to customize the styles right now. And that's it. Let's see if it works. We're going to put a little button on the home page that says skeleton. So we can copy this. We'll go to our main svelte file, and this will just say hello world. All right. Will it work first try? Yes. Why does that look that way? That's really weird, but the button works. What am I looking at right now? So we've got the button. Svelte announcer? Yeah, what's up with that background? Oh, maybe it's the skeleton theme background? Yeah, I mean, at this point, we probably want to start doing our, like our layout styles. So like, the whole page gets loaded. Any page that we go to in Svelte Kit gets loaded into that slot. So like if we look at the source here, div display contents, that is here. So all of our Svelte Kit component stuff gets loaded in here, and in our layout, that is this. So let's do like a full screen UI thingy. So can we add Tailwind classes in here? Here we go. This is our first Tailwind. First of all, we want the body to be 100 view width, 100 view height. So width, full, height full. I wrote class name. Let's go install the Tailwind extension. So the Tailwind extension is going to give us autocomplete. W screen. Thank you. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So this is going to give us autocomplete. That's the first thing that we want. Welcome to Tailwind. And then right here, width. Look at, so yeah, now we get autocomplete. I don't want width full, I want width screen. And you can see when I hover over it, it tells me width 100 view width. That's what I want. So I went width 100 view width and height. How do I do height 100 view width? I'll search the Tailwind docs. Does anybody know of a good like Tailwind cheat sheet? H screen? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I think that's the other thing about Tailwind is the more you use it, the more you see their patterns and like naming. Don't use view width, it's bad for mobile. So basically what I want is, I'll show you what we're going to do. So first, the body is going to be the full width and width screen, width height, and then no scroll. And then this element inside of it is going to be the main element with all the scrolling. That's the plan. So we've got, cool, this actually gives you a good visual of the spacing that I was talking about earlier. Like P6 is going to give you this much padding. That's cool. Is it bad though, Terawatt? I do that for most apps. Min H screen, what does that give us? Min height, 100 view height. I see what you're saying, because then if we do that, then it takes up the full, okay. But that's the minimum, and then it can go from there. So, all right, I'm not opposed to that. I lost it. What was it? It's not constant. Oh, because of the URL bar, it's not constant. That makes sense. What are people telling me? Min H screen. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Min height screen. There we go. And then I want min width screen. I guess I didn't get autocomplete there, but min width. There is no min width screen. So I just want width screen. Are you telling me I should combine 100% 100 view width with minimum 100 view height? Okay. That makes sense. And that's what I want to do, Terawatt. So basically this div here gets a width of 100% and a height of 100%. So yeah. And so this container takes up the full body. Let's see. Oh, you're totally right. We should probably use the app shell. But this, it took me a second, but basically you're seeing a developer learn Tailwind. It's going to be a little rough, and then once I get used to it, it should be better. I don't know. We'll see. But that's basically what was happening. So before, because the main container wasn't taking up the full height, the background was like repeating itself. But now we have our body, which takes up 100 view width, 100 view height, and then the div has a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Why is that not highlighting? What does display contents mean? Div with style display does not need to be styled. Oh, so the parent container in the layout is the one that I do this in? Is that what you're telling me? I've literally never seen that. I need to go look up what display contents is. But so what you're saying is, now if we have like a main element in here and give this a class of width full, height full, oh, I need to spell that right. Then this doesn't get displayed, but the main element inside of it, that's just so weird. Add 100% to the body in HTML. All right, I'm not opposed to it, but I've literally never done this before, but I'm not opposed to it. Display contents hides the divs, but not the contents. I see. Display contents comes from Fluent Kit. We can probably go look at their docs to see why. You could think of Svelte like Vue. Yeah, it's another way to build front-end UIs. They do different things internally, but yeah, you can think of it like Vue. Do they talk about it in here? Yeah, so this needs to be inside of a div, not inside of a body. I don't like that div with the display contents. Yeah, I think Fluent Kit is making us do that. Yeah, I just wanted to set up our base styles for the container, which is the body, and then all of the other styles should be handled in the layout, right? Because this slot is where, oh, actually this, wait a second. Let's see how it's rendering this. Yeah, so everything goes in here, and then we have main inside of that. This is not an Apple Watch. This is some weird Chinese one. But I'm using an app called Gadget Bridge, which lets you it supports a certain number of watches, and you don't have to install like a weird Chinese app that sends your data to random places. What am I doing? I'm just baffled. I'm baffled that the body has min height 100 view height. So like the body takes up the whole thing, right? And then main, I have height 100%, but it's not taking up the full height. Why? 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 I shouldn't be hung up on this. Main takes 100% of its, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but then because this has display contents, none of the styles even get applied to it, right? Because if I put height 100% on this div, then that div doesn't get it. And so, is it height because of min height? It is. Cool. I think that's what confused me. Yeah, I think Austin Cam got it. And I think we're gonna go back to what I said, and we'll fix it. Fix it later. So I want height screen, width screen. We're gonna let Terawatt yell at us, but this is what I'm gonna do because I'm used to it. And then I want to turn scroll off. What is this man doing? Let's go to the Tailwind cheat sheet, try to find scroll. Scroll none? Overflow, scroll none. That's what I want. Overflow. Great. So now, that takes up the full viewport, and then everything else we're going to style like this. So this main should take up 100% width and height. That's really all I'm trying to do. So that takes up everything. This thing has display content, so it doesn't matter, and then that has 100% width and height. That's literally all I wanted to do, and it took me 30 minutes to do. Sejam, thank you for the Prime. I might have missed some other alerts. My sounds have been off. Yeah, so Sejam with the sub, with the Prime sub, thank you, and Frog with the sub as well, thank you. Look, this is all I'm trying to do. Now we need a nav bar, so let's go over to Skeleton and find ourselves a nav bar. An app bar is what they call it sometimes, yeah. Like this, beautiful. So this is in components, so we are gonna have to import it. And in our layout file is where we'll put the nav bar. But now we need to import it. And we can import it from Skeleton. Like this. Cool. What do we get? A nice little navbar. Awesome. Should be above the main element. You're right. You're absolutely right. So we have app bar, and then the main element will be below that. That makes much more sense. Someone did say that they have the app shell in Skeleton. Should we be using that? Yeah. Let's customize our app shell sidebar slot. Yeah. Yeah. So we have app shell. It has a sidebar. Div flex row justify between needs a separate component library. Yeah. Beautiful is relative. Is this actually what I want? So, basic content to our page. They have a container. What is app shell though? Responsive shell for controlling the application layout. So like if I want a header, page content, and a footer, the app shell then gives me slots to put all of that in. That makes sense. Let's actually go down this route. So we have the app shell, which we'll import from Skeleton as well. And then inside the header, that's where we're going to actually put this app bar. And then for sidebar left, we don't need that. We don't need any sidebars for now. Then we could have a page header, which we don't need for now. And then this is where the page actually gets loaded. Yeah, like all these things we could potentially add later. But then right here is where we want to put that slot. Now, it should look exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. But what it gives us is the ability to go in and add like a left sidebar later on. So like that's sidebar left, sidebar right. We can add those in later on if we need them. But for now, we don't. All right. Let's remove everything we did. Yeah, we're learning. That's the thing is like, basically I've done this kind of stuff without SvelteKit, without Skeleton before, and now I'm just learning how they do things. Okay, good call, Urkut. I'll go and I'll get rid of those. Learning a totally, hey. But what they're saying is now main should automatically take up 100% width and height. Look at that. Yeah, it automatically gets width full. That's really cool. That's the other thing is I don't have to style it to take up everything. Cool. All right. What now? I guess we set up theming, or like we choose a different theme. So if we look at these app bars, let's look at the theme. Classes are still there? Oh no, those are automatically added by the app shell. That with full, with height. That's why I removed them. And then even that. Oh, I don't even need a main element. Dang, look at that. I can just do this. It handles everything. Yeah, app shell is definitely the way to go. Because then that has the page, and then that has the main, and then there's my button. Yeah, that's really nice. That's really nice. Going to a boot camp? What do you mean? Like learning how to use it? You redeem stretch. I actually give back all of the points, all of the things that people have redeemed, Ibaldi. Okay, let's pick a theme. Crimson is cool. That's cool. Oh, to get my skeleton certificate? Seafoam, Rocket, Modern, and then the default. Honestly, the default is cool because the buttons are green, but Crimson, I feel like this is our brand. We don't even have to hire a brand consultant or come up with a color theme. This is our brand. We've done it. Like, this is what our app is going to look like. Nice red buttons. Right? Right? I'll let you all vote. And that's so the other thing is each of these themes has a light mode and a dark mode automatically. So that's awesome. Yeah, I guess you're right. If we went, but here's the thing. So just like with Bootstrap, the whole web for a long time, everything just looked like Bootstrap. If we just use the default skeleton theme, we're going to end up looking like every other skeleton app. I think one thing we can do in the base theme is just like reduce border radiuses altogether. Because yeah, I think I agree with I don't like all the border radius buttons. All right, let's vote. Do we go with skeleton base or crimson? I don't think I liked Vintage. Let's see what Vintage looks like real quick. Vintage. Yeah, it's kind of like orange. So that's light. That's dark theme, light theme. They've already like chosen a new font, which is pretty interesting. I don't know. It's not what I had. You all really like Vintage. It is not what I had in mind for the app that we're building. We could do crimson and then actually change the main color to green instead of red. I actually do like that. Like that idea. But here, I'm gonna let you vote. Do you get? Do we do skeleton, which is base, or crimson, which is like a darker and red? Here we go. The generator at the bottom of the list. Oh, actually, that would let us change our styles. Let's actually see theme generator. So, right now we have the base theme, or we don't have the base theme. This is the skeleton theme, and then we could go in and change our primary color. To like red, right? So there probably is a way to get the base crimson theme. Click random like 5 times. That's actually fantastic. Look at that. We'll just randomize. Whoa, we found it. This is like, see, you can see that I really like dark theme. And the other thing is, that's so cool that you have a theme and you automatically get light mode and dark mode. Isn't that sick? I like that. Just use this. All right, how you all voted? Yeah, you voted for crimson. I like crimson though. This is slick. Here's what we'll do. We'll just plug in crimson and then see if there's a way to modify the primary, secondary, and tertiary colors from crimson. But I do like the crimson base. Is that like, it's like purplish. It's not completely black background. It's good. All right. How do we set up a theme? Themes. Some preset themes include special tags such as background. To use these, set the data theme attribute in your app.html tag. All right, I've done that. Usage. Just copy the values from the previous page. So if I click on Crimson, import statement copied to clipboard. Okay. And I guess this is going to go to our Tailwind config. Oh no, we just changed the imported CSS. That's easy. Well, that's easy. Theme Crimson. Boom, we've instantly changed our app. And then we can turn on dark mode. So let's see if they have an automatic dark mode switcher, like light switch. This is what I want. So we could have implemented this ourselves, but check this out. If I just throw light switch in the app bar over here, so trail is on the right-hand side. So if I throw this right here, like that, and then hopefully we can auto import it. Yeah, so import from there, save it. Oh, look at this is insane. When's the last time you worked with a UI framework and it just works, right? Look at that. Wow. Wow. Magic. That is nice. This is like an advertisement for Skeleton. Yeah, but regardless, like you're just seeing me work with it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Okay. Holy moly. Now. Let's work on our UI. Do we have like a hero theme? Or like a I've never written CSS, that just works. Get rid of those borders. Oh, the border radius, you mean? Like, yeah, let's see how we would potentially customize that, right? So, I mean, we're going to have to look through their docs, but hey, Rugmat, welcome in. You can see that button base or button itself has border radius defined. Somewhere there's like other border radius. There we go. So this variable, theme rounded base, is how I can override it. So by default, it has 24 pixels. Nice, Stout. Glad to hear it. just style it with the CSS. Everything has a border radius of 4 pixels. But what we can do, I think this is the best place to put it. I guess maybe I could create another file for my variables, but I could specify on the root that rounded base should be 4 pixels, like this. There we go. Easy. Look at that. Now, anywhere that uses that variable is going to use 4 pixels. 50, like 100, 1,000 border radius. Yeah, there's a certain extent. So, yeah, I like 10 pixels. Oh yeah, you're right. We should use rims. Oh, that's the other thing. Is it possible to get access to, like, does Tailwind have variables, right? So, yeah, so 8 pixels. Is there a way to get the design tokens from Tailwind as a CSS variable? Exactly, aerodynamic feature. It's a new feature. Use @apply. Can you use @apply to set variables? Okay, you all are gonna have to help me with this. So for instance, radius, border radius. If we look at the border radius classes for Tailwind, we want rounded large, which is gonna give us 8 pixels. So this is the class we want to reuse for this variable. How do we do it? Let's look up extracting classes with apply. Is that? But how do I set the variable? I literally just do. I literally, instead of 8 pixels, I just do @apply rounded large. I don't think it's working. $3XL. Yeah, I don't think it's working quite right. Variable? Using CSS variables. Do this in the Tailwind config? It's really what, I mean, yeah, basically, I want the styles from this to use that variable there, which doesn't quite seem like what I want, right? Because like rounded 3XL is border radius 1.5 rem. I don't want border radius 1.5 rem. I want 1.5 rem. And I don't know if that's available as variables. Like that. I mean, really I want that, but I want to be able to pull it from the designs. I mean, that's too much. 1 rem? That's even too much. Half a rem? It's kind of what I want. Reusing styles. Extracting classes with apply. Let's see. What's up, Kyle? Welcome in. Is it layer? I guess actually that might be the other thing I want to do is override it on the button class. But that's slightly different though. And Mr. Cubics, welcome in. It's slightly different because that would, with layer, I think I could override the button class. So like with layer, I could do something like button and then apply rounded small, like this. And I think that will override the button class that they've defined. That's not working at all. I don't know. Dash var rounded large. I don't think that will work because that's a CSS class and we're trying to specifically get the value from that CSS class. Like you don't even get autocomplete there. For now, half a rem. We're just gonna put this right here. For now. Now, I'll add it to do, and honestly, like if you figure this out or whatever else, you can open an issue on the GitHub repo. The GitHub repo is over here. I don't want to spend too much longer on this, but to do, use a Tailwind use Tailwind rounded class is what we want to do. Yeah, but use Tailwind rounded class / built-in variable. Right? Okay. Regardless, let's keep building. Do they have like a box or a container or something like that? I guess we have like a card. I don't think do I want a card on the main page? Let's see what this looks like. I'm gonna do a card with padding 4. In our home page. I don't know how I feel about that. Obviously, I could add some like padding on top. Probably want like a parent div. And then this will have we'll get there. Padding top, I don't know, 2? Yeah, like pushes it down a little bit. And Tanner says, I have experience with React. I want to learn a new framework or library. Would you say Vue is the best to learn or Svelte? I used to say Vue, but it's kind of sad. Like I really like Vue, but the thing is, Svelte has better marketing, and they didn't have the issue of jumping versions and losing a lot of community packages and stuff in the ecosystem. Because from Vue 2 to Vue 3, there are breaking changes, and there are a lot of community packages that haven't, or either they haven't been ported to Vue 3 yet, or it took them a really long time. I don't know. Svelte is cool. I probably would suggest Svelte, but I've been a fan of Vue for the longest time. Use the attr CSS function. Card page. I thought we already had the container class, like on the layout. Yeah, honestly, solid is a good way to go as well. We're not going to get into framework debates right now, though. We just don't. Did I copy this? I did. Oh, I don't hate you. This is the one place on Twitch where you can say that you use Angular and it's okay. And I will time out anybody in chat that says mean things about Angular. Astro is pretty slick too, but it depends on the kind of app that you're trying to build. Astro is really good for content-based websites. Is this what I want? I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. Is this what I want? Attribute data background. Grab the attribute. Oh, well. All right. I don't think I want a card. Also, there's just so much border radius in Skeleton. Like, this now has the theme rounded container that I potentially would want to override. Basically, there's all these variables that I want less border radius. Right? Like, if I do that, yeah, then kind of like that a little better. Border radius isn't. Angular is not my preferred. I don't have a preferred. I use what works for the thing that I'm trying to do. Yeah, it might be. So we didn't really, like, at this point, we're just learning Skeleton. But, okay, here, design tokens. Backgrounds, border radius. Interesting. I guess, like, technically, one way to do this as well is to just put the class on the element, right? So over here in my page, on this element, I literally could do something like radius, or no, rounded small, and that should do the thing, right? But ultimately what I'm doing is, like, I don't want to have to put this on every button that I specify, which is why I'm trying to override the global variable like this. I digress. We need to build a UI. We're building this UI. I think we're going to put this in a card. We need some body text, and then we need a button that says sign up. That's really all we need right now. Exclamation mark theme in the chat. You'll see what I use in VS Code. Okay. Right here in the page. This will say sign up. Great. We want to put it in the center. So on the card, beauty of Tailwind, flex, justify, center. Boom. Like, that's nice, right? That's pretty nice. Button apply rounded. Yeah, I guess that's we showed that earlier. Like that would be another thing, is overriding the individual class. But we don't want to do that. We want to override these variables using Tailwind design tokens. Eternal center. Look, I mean, like you can hate on Tailwind all you want. I am guilty of hating on Tailwind, but for simple things like this, I mean, you really can't beat it, right? Like, boom. I mean, the opposite would have been we create like a hero container class. We go down, we create some styles. And see you later, Veeb. Thank you for hanging out. We specify our hero container class. We give it a display flex. We justify content center. Should do the same thing, right? It was a lot more typing. I think where it potentially starts to break down is when you have so many classes on here. But there, like we talked about earlier, there are tools that'll help you deal with that many cards. Yeah, not loving it, just understanding why people like it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Like, people get real crazy on Twitter with their disdain for it, but you have to admit the some of the benefits you can get from it, right? It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but some of it's pretty nice. Okay, we centered that button. I want some lorem ipsum. Can someone give me some funny lorem ipsum? Like, I know there's like Rick and Morty lorem ipsum. Like Rick and Morty ipsum. Wub dub dub dub. Thanks, Noob Noob. That gets so like this will give us a bunch of text that we can put on the page like this, like that. What is a good one that we can? Bob Ross. That's good. Thank you, XSpeed. We'll do Bob Ross ipsum. I can't think of anything more rewarding than being able to express yourself to others through painting. All right, we'll do that. Now, we need to flex this box vertically. So in order to do that, we are going to make this a flex column. Beautiful. And then this button by default has 100% width. I also want to have some padding on this this little paragraph tag here. So let's do like padding 2. Even more, padding 4. Yeah, look at that. Love the utility classes, hate the class list. Yeah. Is this from ChatGPT? Some like generated text. There's all, if you just search for the name of a thing in lorem ipsum, somebody's created it. There's the Samuel L. Jackson ipsum. It's not, I mean, I try to keep things pretty safe for work here. But I'll just show this because it's hilarious. Generate it. Wait, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay. Theme border radius MD. Thank you, Kubajar. Let's try it. But we're gonna use Bob Ross ipsum because it's nice. Look at it. Happy little trees. All right, this is the last thing we're gonna try, and I'm not gonna try anything else to set these variables. So what they say is var theme. Where do I define border radius.md? Yeah, welcome in, old school rapper. Arnold Schwarzenegger ipsum. Yeah, there's lots of fun ipsums. So that. This is it. This is it. Yeah, okay, this is it. Yeah, thank you. Who said that? Kubajaro. The fact that we get autocomplete for that is pretty slick. So this, I guess this is like a post CSS directive to grab things from the theme. Yeah, and look, so we have access to all of the predefined variables in the theme. So we specifically want border radius and we want to set it to small. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I was looking for. Like, we didn't do like rounded large or whatever else. Thank you, Shark Turnip. Congrats, Kubajaro. You got us That's slick. Yeah, it's a default class from Tailwind. You can find it here. Thank you, Kupajaro. And the thing is, like, we're using Skeleton, which is built on top of Tailwind, and it has all of those border radius classes. But this is basically what I wanted. So, like, because Tailwind has all of these things predefined with easily readable names like small, medium, large, I don't have to have all of these magic variable rems all over my code base. I can literally just do that. It's pretty slick. Okay. What are we doing? I honestly, I don't know. I want to click this button and I want to sign up. I think that's it. I don't think I like the container card though. Like if I look on my page here. Yeah, let's figure that out. So this button, I don't want it to be full width. Looks like by default, it's because of the flex. Well, we have a flex container. Coding Garden Lorem Ipsum. You probably could use like ChatGPT to do it. I really was just looking for like why is this 100% width? Is it because of the it's not because of the flexbox, is it? Oh, because it's, I guess because it's a, is it a, it's not a, it's what do you call that? Inline versus, yes, a block level element. Just display. Okay, here we go. Display is inline flex. And I don't want that. I actually want to make this inline. Inline block. Right? How does CSS work? I guess I technically could wrap it in its own little flexbox, but I guess I'm still kind of baffled as to why it's taking up 100% width. Yeah, I have padding 4 for the main container and then padding 4 for the paragraph right now. Items center. That's it. That's it. It actually wasn't centered to begin with, so I think I just don't know how to use Flexbox because justify center will center it whenever it's a row versus item center will center it when it's a column. That's really what I wanted. That's all I wanted. I don't know why that took me so long. Really, oh, we're using Skeleton. We're using Skeleton combined with Tailwind. Does anyone really know how to use Flexbox? I don't know. This main div, I kind of want to give it like a width, like max width small, something like that. Yeah, so it does that, and then I actually also want, honestly, probably could get rid of that padding at that point. And then this whole thing could be a flex justify center. Semantic HTML? What do you mean? Like, technically, all of this is inside of a main element. Can I just do width small? What's up, Pingumin? Bonjour, Bifal. Welcome in. I guess we do, if we do max width small, so that's the maximum possible that it can get, and then we give it a specific width of like width 80. Now, this div is that big. Great. Now, we want this to be the parent needs to be a flexbox, justify center, and I guess this is where we had the width. We actually don't, oh, no. All of these classes, I actually wanted to put, well, the width 80, this, we'll get there, give me a second. I want these here. Why is everything so hard? Okay, let's go back to our layout and just put the name of our app, which is listed TV. Great, it's coming along nicely. It's hard to go from programming to CSS, yeah. Honestly, I think this always ends up happening. Like, I have these big grand visions of like designing the UI, and then we just end up with this box on a screen. If everything was easy, I'd be paid less. Yeah, I guess so. All right, this paragraph here, I want some margin top and bottom. So for that we can do margin Y, and let's do like 4, like that. Beautiful. I remind you of the backend devs in your company. Yeah. Okay. Now let's make this a link to sign up, and then let's actually just design what it looks like after a user is already signed up. I do not feel like maybe I don't feel like setting up the backend auth today. It is a nice button press. I like that. I like that little zoom. Nice to hear it, IHQMD. Thanks for lurking. Have I seen the elements for sign-up buttons? That's awesome. How did they do that? Oh, it's just an SVG. It's just an SVG. So I don't think it's I don't think it's built into Skeleton. They're just like showing an example, right? 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 I guess I didn't even look, like, do they have built-in icons? Yeah, they may not have an icon library. We could potentially pull in a separate icon library. Yeah, so logo clouds is the element that gives you this look, but you would provide your own like SVGs. We could do that eventually. Iconify. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of different icon frameworks we could choose from. Should we choose an icon framework right now? They have a svelte component. Icon and then the name of the icon. Hero icon. Okay, let's do another digression and pick an icon library. All right, hero icons, cool. Iconify, cool. Isn't there a viewer of the channel that has library for icons? I don't know. Yeah, we're on a side quest now. Side quest to find ourselves some icons. So I've used Feathers icons in the past. They're all just SVGs. Like, you actually don't install anything. I guess, yeah, Font Awesome is definitely another choice. They do have Font Awesome free. There's like a paid version, but the free version do have it. SVG repo? Never heard of that. Free SVG vectors and icons. YouTube. Whoa. We'd have to get those like one by one though, wouldn't we? CSS.gg. Open source CSS, SVG, and Figma UI icons. Oh. Oh. They do have a YouTube. They don't have a Twitch. That's okay though. A 3-hour stream just for picking icons. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're using Font Awesome in my chat overlay here as well. Flat icons. Oh, well, you'd have to like get your own, download the images and then like add them yourself. Steez UI. But yeah, flat icon is like a huge library of like icons people have created. Steez svelte icon. Oh, and then they have different icon packs. I think you're on the right track here, Oscar. So, Steez UI lets you easily add icon packs. So, look, it has wrappers for hero icons, material design icons, feather icons. That is slick. That is very slick. They only have 90 stars. And then there's Svelte icon, which gives us an icon. We choose the theme. And it just works. Well, no, like we import from the specific icon pack. This seems nice. Why isn't it more popular? So, what I like about this is now we can choose, right? So if we go from what they support, they have hero icons, material design icons, feather, simple icons. And like if we look at feather, does feather have like a YouTube logo? Yeah, they have YouTube. Do they have They have Twitch. Do they have Discord? They don't have Discord. Sidequest done? I think. I mean, yeah. I think I've kind of. It seems nice to use this and then just pick the icon pack. Like. Really, if we look at all these, so like, what is octagons? YouTube. They don't have brands. They have other things. And then, okay, someone was mentioning Tabler. Let's look at Tabler icons. Did we already look at that? We didn't. YouTube. They've got brand YouTube Kids, Twitch. They've got Twitch. They have Discord. I don't know if I like the way these look as much, but maybe because they're so small. Maybe I need to reduce the stroke size too. Yeah, like that. I like it better with a smaller stroke size. Tabler icons looks cool. All right. Iconic? Nothing found. I typed too fast. Did you really count the number of ums, Timon? Because that's mean. That makes me feel bad. 941 of them. Well, so the issue with some of these icon libraries is like some of the logos are copyrighted, so like they're not allowed to use like the YouTube logo and stuff. So, oh, you copied the captions, and I see. And then you're just using it for lore myths. That's actually hilarious. It's like things Coding Garden has said before. All right, so far Tabler icons looks like it is what we need. Coding Garden downloadable content. All right. Do we have YouTube? Do we have? They have Discord. Yeah. So for whatever reason, some of these don't have the YouTube logo. All right. Do I just make the executive decision and go with tabular icons. In the chat, give me a reason why I shouldn't use tabular icons. It looks like they have the MIT license. We can look at them on GitHub. They've got 13,000 stars on GitHub. They're actively maintained. They were released 3 weeks ago. Seems fine. Seems fine. Let's go with it. We're gonna do it. What's up, Reality Ranger? Welcome in. Okay, so here's what we do. We decided that we're going to use, yeah, and that's what I've done in the past, Terawatt, but by picking an icon library like this, it's going to make it a lot easier to choose icons as we go. So like in the past, I've literally just like downloaded the SVGs that I need, but let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it installed. Okay, so we want svelte icon from Steez UI. Also, I guess we can look at Steez UI on npm too, but Steez UI seems really cool because it's kind of just a wrapper for these other icon libraries. Yeah, so they have like hero icons, svelte icon. It's only got 3,000 weekly downloads, but it seems nice. I'm gonna use it. It doesn't seem like something that will will bite us later on if it's no longer supported. Let's go for it. Kill the app. Ooh, don't want that. Wait, why did that copy like a weird character? Okay. We want svelte icon. So that's the base thing. And then we want to install the tabular icons. It won't bite us. Yeah, so like you could one of the issues is you could end up choosing a thing and then it loses support, it doesn't work, and now you're kind of like stuck with it. But I don't think we're gonna run into that. So I'm going to install tabular icons now. It's interesting that it wants these as dev dependencies. So now we have svelte icon and tabular icon, and then we can use it. So inside this component, we need to add ourselves a script tag, and we'll import those things. And then now we can put that icon inside of the button. Like this, sign up with YouTube. And then instead of anchor, we could get the brand YouTube. And we put that there. And then size, let's do 36 pixels. All right. Moment of truth. Restart the app. Yeah, and so it should do that. Basically, only the things I import get packaged with the app. So this is, I'm not adding literally every tabular icon. I'm only adding the ones that I import. It works. It works. Yeah, I'm looking at my laptop directly. This is me. This is what's happening. Let me turn the blur off. So yeah, this is my laptop with all my stickers. And I'm looking at it. Yeah, we'll change the stroke too. We hopefully get some prop autocomplete. Theme? Don't know. Let's go look at this library to see what they support. Default, an outline version of the icons. The Steez UI icon. Yeah, we want to look at svelte icon to see what are the props we can pass in here. Theme, size. Story of the dead horse from thirst between two buckets of water. I mean, really, that's the story of us making all of these decisions. What's up, Ryan? We are making a UI. We've got buttons, all this good stuff. Let's see what theme solid does for us. Nothing. Okay, this is the one thing, right? So we passed in the icon that we want, but we don't really get to specify it in any other way. It is an icon source. Yeah, so we're using skeleton. We made a lot of decisions today. Skeleton is one of them. And so tabular icon builder. And if we look at the source, we look at what does it do? Icon source size. Yeah, lots of people hanging out today. It's pretty crazy. Especially when I'm like debugging like this. Like there's nothing interesting happening, but a lot of people are watching. I thank you all for hanging out with me today. Check themes in the table. Yeah, it only supports default. All right, and Harasuna, thank you for the prime. It says, thank you for your amazing content. You're an inspiration. You're too kind. You're too kind, Harasuna. All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. It would be nice if we could change the stroke weight like we can on their website, but this seems fine. Should we put the icon on the right-hand side? Oh, they have their own. Okay, so instead of this wrapper, honestly, we might end up just using that then. Because if this wrapper has more options, yeah, because then we can specify the stroke width. We probably just want to go with this then. It was last released 2 weeks ago. All right, we've changed our mind. But if any of the Steez UI devs are watching, we want more options. We want more options in tabular icons. But I'm gonna install these. Uninstall these. Like this. 60 hours choosing a theme, yeah. And then we get all kinds of people complaining. We want options. So yeah, install it as a dev dependency. And then we import it, and then we can pass in props. So now that we have it, we no longer import them from Steez icon. And Rifat, thank you for the bits. You were very kind. You're very kind. Now we want the brand YouTube icon. We do this. We do this. And then the size you pass in is just a number, not pixels. I think. And then like stroke width 1. That's what we want to see, right? It's really all I was looking for. I didn't want it to be so thick. Yeah, so -d installs it as a dev dependency. So if you look at our package.json, it got put in the dev dependency section, right here, tabular icons. Add a little bit of margin on the left? Yes, let's do it. Can we pass it? Yeah, we can pass it in class. Boom. All right. Give the button an inline flex and use gap instead. I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be OAuth, so you'll click this and then it'll take you to YouTube. So as a dev dependency, it's actually weird to think about because, like with Svelte Kit, technically, like the icons that we use are going to show up in the build, but not the whole package, just the icons that we use. But because the app we're building is going to get bundled in a certain way, pretty much all of our dependencies are dev dependencies. Honestly, I think even Prisma Client is supposed to be a dev dependency. Because when we bundle our app, it only includes the things that it needs. Like, if you contrast that with other apps you've worked on in the Node.js world, where the things you need in production are listed in dependencies, because of the way it gets bundled and deployed, everything's a dev dependency. That's my understanding anyways. I wasn't against Tailwind. I think one of the main issues is I was like forced to use it by Dino. Oh, not by Dino, by Fresh, which is a thing we were using a while back. Not forced to. It was kind of like the only styling option, and when you generate an app, it give it to you. So like we got pushed into using Tailwind without even really making the decision to use Tailwind. Now we actively made the decision, and I'm pretty happy with our decision so far. Like the fact that we can use this nice library called Skeleton is pretty slick. We get nice little utility classes, so like these are like little flex boxes and stuff. It's great. Let's design the page. Actually, I'll let you all vote on what we do here. Actually, before you vote, I want to look into a thing. It still works. I remember that discussion differently. I don't know. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it. The other thing we want to potentially design is after the user has signed up, they get brought to a page where they can create a list of YouTube channels. So there's like a UI that would design a UI that would let the user search for channels and pick them and stuff like that. Our guest is going to be on next Tuesday, so the 31st. Next page. But here's what we want to look into, because I'll potentially give you the option for us to integrate Auth.js or design the second page. Because if we integrate Auth.js, then we can just get this button working. We can click on it, get logged in with YouTube. But we need to see when is the last time they published Auth.js, because there were still some bugs in it. And if it hasn't been deployed since those bugs, yeah, they're still at version 0.25. So right now, there's actually even another bug. So right now there's a bug where it talks about not using the right crypto thing. It got merged. The code got fixed. Like, I want to implement Auth 2, but I need them to deploy the latest version. If you're listening, Auth.js people, please deploy the latest version. Let me show you the issue that I'm talking about. It got merged in. The guest is David Luca, the creator of Feathers.js. So Feathers.js version 5 is launching into this month, and so he's going to come on the stream a week and a half from now, January 31st. But if you look at the issues, there was this crypto thing. This might not even be it. Prisma adapter causing callback errors. This was the issue. The issue that, and if you try to use, I don't want to show you. Just trust me. If you install Auth.js right now inside of SvelteKit, when you do the callback flow for login, you're going to get this error in the console. Value of this must be of type crypto. They fixed it. I guess technically, yeah. So right now in this issue, they tell you how you could fix it manually. I don't want to. It's actually not that hard, honestly, because we could rename the generate session token thing. I want that to be merged in before we try using Auth.js. I want to give it a really fair chance to not have any bugs or have any weird workarounds. I want to be able to install Auth.js and it just work. And right now it's not going to work. Kuna Matata has asked the question, what's my plan once I have the access token for an OAuth 2 provider? Auth.js handles all of this. Like, in theory, when you look at this thing, it's kind of amazing. So we go in, we add a database adapter for Prisma. Prisma is the thing we use to talk to our database, but we go in, we add this adapter. This is all the code we need. They give us the Prisma schema. You can see that we have an account table, a session table, a verification token table, and a user table. We just put this into our Prisma schema, and then when we do the login, the Auth.js library handles all of that. They do like refresh tokens, everything a part of Auth this thing handles. As long as like my database is set up this way. So yeah, in theory. Let's keep designing, and then we'll get out of here. Okay. Here we are. Let's design the page. Like, let's say the user has already clicked sign up. We did the whole auth flow. They get redirected back. We like onboard them. Now, I guess we could brainstorm a little bit about this onboarding process. Because it would potentially be the same thing as creating a new list of YouTube channels. So if you're just joining us, the thing that we're building is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. The idea is you could pick any category like cooking or skateboarding or JavaScript, and you could pick a bunch of creators, YouTube channels, group them together, and then the app is going to show you all of the videos for the users that are, or for the channels, the creators that are in that specific group. So what I was thinking with the sign up flow is you click this, you get redirected back, and because it's like your first time ever using the app, you don't have any lists yet. So we immediately just drop you into create a list. The thing is, eventually, once we have users using the app and users that have created public lists, the onboarding flow also could be like you actually don't have to create lists. You could just use lists that other people have created. But it's like the chicken and the egg problem. Like we need lists so that we can show the user lists. And right now, because we don't have lists, I think the onboarding flow would just be you get redirected to a list creation page. What's up, Shing? Welcome in. Yeah, it takes care of sessions, all that good stuff. We haven't picked a place where we're going to deploy our database yet, but we've used Railway in the past. We're using a Postgres database. So Railway supports Postgres. Technically, we could just sign up for Supabase and just use the database portion because it's based on Postgres. We don't even have to use any of the Supabase libraries or anything like that. And then there's also like fly.io. Pretty sure you can get yourself a Postgres database here. We also could spin up AWS RDS, but it doesn't really have a free tier. Each one of these, you can at least get a free database deployed for a little while. PlanetScale is MySQL based. We've already settled on using Postgres, so PlanetScale will not work for us. Yeah. Should the paragraph have text align center? Oh, I don't know. All of this is going to change. Probably. If you just joined, we have a paragraph and a button. Sign up with YouTube is sign with YouTube. Yeah. So ultimately, it doesn't matter if you've been here or not. When you click this button, it does the OAuth flow. Actually, we do need to design the first page that lets a user set their username. And like choose an, let's do that. Let's design that page because it's not just you immediately go into creating a list. We want users of our app are going to have unique usernames that aren't just their YouTube username. You get to define your username. So we want a page where you basically you set up your profile. Yeah. What's up, Bythero? Well, we're making an app. We're making an app. Is this coding garden ipsum? You took all of my transcripts and generated stuff? That's funny. MongoDB Atlas would be for MongoDB. We're using Postgres, so Postgres just has a lot of cool built-in features. Like, I mean, you might be able to do this stuff with MySQL. I just haven't used MySQL in so long, but with Postgres, you can do like JSON aggregation. It has like built-in functions for GUIDs, various other things, and it's open source. Technically, MySQL is owned by Oracle. You could use what's the one? I forget. There's an open source version of MySQL. Honestly, don't know what PlanetScale uses. But yeah, I've never heard of Neon.tech. Authenticate with YouTube, yeah. But the thing is, even authenticate is like a developer word. It's like end users don't necessarily know what that word means. Check this for forms. MariaDB, that's the one. MariaDB. But also, I don't know much about PlanetScale. It's possible that they forked MariaDB. I don't know. I don't know. But we're gonna use Postgres, so we need a provider that uses Postgres. Oh, I just got rid of that accidentally. Progressive enhancement on a form. Cool. Cool. Let's design another page. Here we go. Our second page in our Svelte Kit app. We want a folder called like onboarding. I think we're gonna have a route called onboarding, and then inside of there we'll have a page.svelte. That's gonna be what the user actually sees. And for now, it'll just say hello world. And for now, when you click this button, if I make it an anchor tag, it should still, yeah, it still looks like a button, but you actually can see that we don't get cursor pointer. So we should be able to do that with Tailwind cursor pointer. So now it behaves just like a button. This is complaining because it needs an accessibility attribute, href, and in this case, we just want to go to onboarding. In the future, obviously, this is actually going to log the user in, but now we just simulate that by clicking here, and then it takes us to the onboarding page. I'm actually thinking, though, like, do I want every page to have this same max width? Right? So, like, right now, it's there. That puts stuff in the center. If I put the width here, but then what I'm thinking is like this container. Well, first of all, let's fix this page. Let's make this so that actually is in the center, because we have this div flex justify center. Actually, I don't want this to be a flex justify center anymore. I want this margin x auto. Yeah, exactly like Steam Diesel was saying. That's what I want. And so now that stuff gets put in the center there. And then we probably don't want width 80. What is width 80? 20 rem, 320 pixels. We want it to be even more. Honestly, though, we could just design everything for mobile. But now what I'm thinking is this whole div gets ripped out and put into the layout so that every page has this same like center area. Yeah, I'm wary of just putting variables in there. I want to use the design system. Honestly, I think I can I put these classes directly on the slot? Because I think that's what I want. I don't want another div. I want this slot, which is where the page gets rendered. I want that to have the classes. That didn't work. No. Oscar says no. That. But what that gives us is now when I go to this page, it has that little section. Hey, what's up, Murdoch? Your cell says you have 5G, but you're watching in 280p. Cool. All right, let's build out a form. Yeah, let's add a little to do here. The start of all of our to-dos all over the place. To do, use variable for container width. I mean, honestly, what I probably want here is like, there's like container small, container large. I'm pretty sure that those things exist in Tailwind. Ship it. It's ready to go. All right. Oscar linked us to progressive enhancement. We can create a form that works without client-side JavaScript. The easiest way to progressively enhance a form is to add the use enhance action. So we have a form. We say use enhance. Whoa. Your backend code is inlined? That's pretty cool. Like this is basically the code that will handle the post request, but it's like right on the form. What? Div container MX auto. Yeah, the main issue is we're using Skeleton, and Skeleton has this app shell, and I'm pretty sure this slot already has like class container. Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. What? this will handle the response. Let's try it. Let's try it. So we're gonna have a form on our onboarding page. My editor does not like this. What did I do wrong? We do need to import enhance. So we'll add the script. We'll import enhance. Or couldn't. Thank you very much for the 3 months. This is why Svelte Kit is confusing to me. It seems that you write back and front end in the same way. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's gonna be tricky and also making sure that you're writing back end code when it needs to be back end code and front end code when it needs to be front end code. That said, you can't even use something like a database library inside of I need one more curly brace. There we go. Yeah. You can't use a database library like Prisma on your front end anyways. So if you accidentally wrote database code, it would just break if you tried to do it in the front end code anyways. But that is a thing. That is a thing. Okay. We've got a form. We want a field for username and then like a select for image upload. Let's look at our forms. Upload a file. Whoa now. Careful there. Utilities. Forms. Here we go. So there's a Tailwind Forms plugin. You create form elements using native HTML markup. We recommend span tags for label text. So we do this. I still need to. Is this a separate setup for Svelte Kit? Oh, this is the backend code that's going to handle it. Okay. Well, let's wait for Svelte Kit to tell us that, because this should break, right? It's going to like post against itself. And I guess actually, so this would be the client-side code for like validation or something like that? I don't know. Whereas this would be the actual backend handler for that post request. Yeah, we'll figure out the specifics later. But, okay. We want a field for username. Going to have an ID of username. We'll set up the value binding in a second. Min length of 4, and it is required. Let's see what this gives us. Pretty cool. Looks good to me. I don't really do test-driven development. I feel like test-driven development is really hard to watch as a viewer. I'm also just using that as an excuse so I don't do test-driven development, but a lot of people would leave if... It's harder to see what I'm doing if I'm only writing tests. I don't know. We could figure out the minimum. We're also going to need some like back-end validators for this form and stuff like that. But Wordle without any client-side JavaScript. I might take a look at that. Test it as we write it. Yeah. It's like, yeah, TDD would be incompatible with all of our side quests and everything. All right. Do I need to add the Forms plugin? What does the Tailwind Forms plugin even give us? an opinionated form reset layer that makes it easier to style form elements with utility classes. Okay, sure, let's add it. If you do !break, you'll get a link to the thing that I use. Welcome in, Maple. Seems like I know a good bit about coding. I mean, I just pasted HTML into a terminal. Do I really know anything? I know a little bit. All right, we're gonna install the Forms plugin, and then we need to add this plugin to our Tailwind config. So let's go to our Tailwind config, and this is gonna go right here, like that. And then does it change the page at all? Yeah, it does. Yeah, the styling is a little bit better. The sizing is a little bit better. I like it. Wow. Huh. Cool. 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 All right, we've got. So let's say the user just logged in. Let's get some more. I like it. Is that what you're saying, Terawatt? Bob Ross Ipsum. Quotes per paragraph 1. Generate. Minimum, maximum 1. Generate. There we go. So we're gonna have a little bit of descriptive text that tells the user what they need to do here, like welcome to our app, etc., etc. Let's add a little bit of padding top to this form, like this. So now there's a separation between like welcome to the app. Please set your username and upload an image. Let's look for image uploads, file buttons. Yeah, and I think what we'll do during the onboarding process is we're going to grab your avatar URL from Google, and we'll just have a thing that says you can use the existing avatar or upload a new one. And so and if they upload a new one, then we'll have this little button thingy so they can specify their upload. Everyone needs a friend. And then this should get imported from we'll get there. Skeleton Labs. That's it. Hook up all this stuff later. Look at that. Upload a file. Boom. Uploading an avatar would require a whole image hosting solution, right? Yes, and I think it makes sense for us to do that. We'll pick some bucket-based solution and get that going. This needs a little bit of margin top and bottom, so margin Y. 4, I think. Yeah, look at that. So they specify their username. We can default to the username that came over from Google, like this. How would I check illegal avatars? Yeah, that's also the tricky thing. We would need to research it. I'll dedicate an entire stream to us figuring that out, because there are services that provide an API where it will tell you if an image is like not safe for work or something like that. I mean, honestly, that's why I've avoided doing this in the past, where like you literally just use the image from YouTube and Google, because they have the backend and infrastructure to do that kind of validation. Yeah, and then there also could be a user feature where you could report a user for a bad image or something like that. What's up, artificial guy? Is it real? I don't know. It could all be a simulation. Oh, you're talking about my mustache? It's real. It's real. Hi. The mistake sand dunes is not safe for work. That's actually really funny. Display the default avatar from Google and the avatar component from Skeleton or upload. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, I mean, I'm putting this ipsum in here. With it, we could actually put the text that we want, but honestly, the other thing... So there's so many things we need to think about. The other thing we potentially need to think about is internationalization, right? So I'm putting all these strings everywhere. We want our app to be translated into other languages. Building apps is hard. There's so much. Honestly, I think we'll set this up next time. Before we get too deep into text all over the place. I18 in. So I18 is international. I18 in is internationalization. And basically, instead of having all of these strings everywhere, so really, at the end of the day, this is going to say, here is the avatar. Here is your... You can customize your avatar. I don't know, something like that. We'll ask ChatGPT to write our body text. But the thing is, now that I have that as a text string there, let's say somebody comes along that speaks German or Spanish. I want this to have the translated version in it. So, yeah. We need to set that up. And basically what it'll end up being is we're going to have like dictionary files that specify, we'll have like an English dictionary, Spanish, basically every language. And that will actually be a way for viewers to contribute. Like if you don't really know how to code that well, but you speak a different language, you could make a pull request that adds a dictionary with a specific language to it. Yeah, we need to do this. It's like, the more I think about it, the more we have to do, like accessibility, internationalization, and it's a lot, but it makes sense. We're going to do it. We're going to do our best to get it going. And then this library, or it's just a blog by Oscar talking about internationalization. That's just a doozy. Type safe internationalization with Svelte Kit. So yeah, there's literally... Oh, no, they're creating a project called I18N. I'll also have to think about right to left. Oof, okay, that's that's a bit much. But, I mean, yeah, so you're right. There are languages that are not left to right. Internationalization is hard. I think initially, MVP, we're going to support left to right languages. Right? The other thing is we just make everything English and just make everyone have to speak English, but it will be fun to get into this. Tailwind has a right to left plugin. Wow. Yeah, get the basic app working in English first, but the thing is, we will still use an internationalization library, but English will be the only supported language. But I think it'll make a lot more sense to basically pull these out into a dictionary, so you don't have text all over your app. The other thing about that is it makes it really easy to like refactor the language of your app. So, for instance, like the home page right now, we say sign up with YouTube. But what if we want to change it everywhere? Instead of sign up, we want to say sign in, or something like that, or log in, or that kind of thing. If we were using some kind of internationalization library, those things are all handled in one place. So, yeah. What's up, Chad? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, if you build the app, it would take so long to replace the text with the I18 translation. Exactly. So that's why I want to get it log up. Get in, log in. But that's why if we set it up now, even if English is the only thing we support, in the future, if we want to add another language, that'll be easy enough. So, vertically written languages? No. Thoughts on Ionic. It's cool. I used it in the past, but probably my biggest headache with it is their component library, because their component library, so this was 2 years ago that I worked with Ionic, but at the time, I think it might still be this way, their component library is based off of web components, and they have a way of using it with like React or Vue, but I do believe it's based off of their base web components, and that results in the components that are very rigid. Like there's like a lot of properties that aren't specified that should be. They don't necessarily work the way they expect. they might assume that you have them in a certain order. I just had a really hard time with their component library. However, Capacitor.js, really great. This lets you do native stuff. So you technically could like pick your own UI framework and combine it with Capacitor, but yeah, side quest. And Sana, thank you for the Prime. Are you new here? 4 months. That's awesome. Appreciate you. What are we doing? Latin-based fonts only? These are the things we need to think about. And honestly, if you have opinions or thoughts or anything you want to throw in, definitely put it on that issue. Because I think it'll make sense to set this up next time where we get it going, because then any strings in our app will be dictionary-based. So, yeah, the other thing is getting it from the beginning is so that you have it in the URL. You might have used a website before where the URL is like /country name or /language name or language code, and that like changes the language of the website. I don't know if we'll do that because I kind of want all of the URLs to be the same regardless of language. It'll just be like a user setting for the language itself. So, all right. We've done nothing. Somebody asked, why is that button blue? Let's talk about that. Why is that button blue and not our theme color? We literally said button filled secondary. So if I do buttons filled primary, it'll be the red color. Property files is missing in type. Yeah, so we're not doing any actual file upload. That's okay for now. I guess we'll just make it stop complaining. Define a files list up here, and then specify our files like this. What are you sending me, Tarawat? URLs with language code are great for SEO. Interesting. Yeah, because like I guess a search engine could actually you make a good point. I mean, these are things I haven't thought of. I have not made an app with internationalization. It's like the only one that I've worked on, I don't even know if it still works, is it newyearsday.com? No, the answer is no. There's 2 people right here? That's weird. But anybody else that goes to this website, you'll see their mouse moving on the screen. But when you go to it, you should see it in your language. This is one of the only sites I've built that has internationalization. But we didn't even use a library because like deciding how to write like until New Year's Day in a bunch of different languages is look at all these people. The other cool thing is if you open up the console, there's something like config. Does anyone remember what it is? Options? It takes the language from your browser setting, your default browser setting. There's a way to change your emoji. Let's go find it. My new favorite website. Is it New Year's Day? That's not it. That's it. Actions dot set emoji. Yeah, so if you open up your DevTools and you do this, you can change your emoji for everyone else. So here, I'm going to be a little seedling. Look at me! Look at me! This is a side quest. And what's this, Timon? Is this for Next.js or is this... oh, an internationalization framework. Nice. Will you add the link in the GitHub issue? Did anybody change theirs? Does anybody see mine? Yeah, I'm using navigator.language. So like whatever your default... Oh, somebody's got a frog. Look at that. Nice. Nice. A skeleton. I'm using navigator.language. Did we even get anything done today? The thing, I've been live for almost 4 hours. Unexpected token. Why is the app broken? Oh, let's write some code. I mean, we are writing code. Welcome in, Mamuti. Glad to have you. Why does it not know that I'm using TypeScript? Do I have to do that? cool. I learned that from Vue. I didn't know that was actually a thing in Svelte Kit. You can set any emoji. If you just do actions.setEmoji, you can set it. So I have my docs in TypeScript mode. Do they talk about that? Oh well. Seems to be that's how you do it anyways. Let's just add a button that says start using the app. that's really what we want to do. So we have a form, they set their image, etc., etc. And then finally we want a button that just says, well, let's go. I don't know, we'll come up with the text later. Let's look at skeleton. We want a button. We want a little button like this. Listify the list. Let's go. Here we go. Let's look at what our other options. So button secondary, tertiary, success, warning. I think we want success. Button success. Here we go. Let's put it in a little flex container and then push it to the right. Also, let's put this file button in a flex container. Flex, justify, center. And then same thing, but we're going to do justify end. Nice. So we got the button that lets you customize your avatar, and then you're ready, we click that. But then on this thing, I want it to have margin top and bottom of 4. Beautiful. Let's go. I guess we probably want some more text in here. Look at all these people. That's hilarious. We want some more Bob Ross Ipsum. Son of a gun. And we'll probably put that in a little paragraph, like right there. Cool. And then we'll just add padding on the top of this thing. Padding top. 4. Beautiful. Look at that. We got ourselves a form. We click Let's Go, and then it takes us to the list creation page. I don't know. We had a lot of fun building this. We built this like 2 years ago. It was a lot of fun building. Add a custom image snippet for scriptling. Well, I'm not opposed to it, but I do think there's like an extension we can install that has svelte snippets. It's probably a good way to go Steph builds is instead of having all this padding, because like you see, like I have padding here, padding there. If we just do like a gap on the container, that probably is a better way to go. All right, so we have this one installed. Svelte 3 snippets has 103,000 downloads, and this gives us oh, you get like if snippets and stuff like that too. That's pretty cool. I don't think we need it just yet. By clicking Let's Go, you agree to sell your channel to listed media. I don't know, everybody. How's everybody doing? I feel like I'm really floundering here. Let's make the header button go back to the home page. So in the layout, in the app bar right here, we want a little anchor tag. It goes back to the home page. Like this. Boom. It's not working. Yeah, welcome in, Distant Sense. It has been a while. Glad to have you. The official Svelte extension has snippets. I guess I haven't even tried. Is it $? Don't know. why is this button not taking it? So that takes us there. Oh, because we were on the home page. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah. Wow. We also have light theme. Wow. I feel like we didn't accomplish much today, but I think we did. Like we set up skeleton. We're getting used to using skeleton. Sorry. Sorry. We got an icon library installed. We have the base layout. I think you need a light theme in terms of accessibility. Like, certain users might not like the contrast of a dark theme. Yeah. What's up, Fight Capitalism? I had a software architecture seminar that said the average developer writes 15 lines a day that land in production. Yeah, the thing is, like, I mean, because we move faster here, like, because in a way I'm doing this for entertainment, right? It's not just people are learning things. It's like you should be entertained by the things that that I'm doing here. We try to get more done, but it's fine because I mean we spent literally an hour even just deciding to use skeleton, and then we spent an hour doing other things. Are you not entertained? Thank you, Fight Capitalism. I appreciate that. All right, here's what I want to do. I want to do a summary of what we did today. I think this is it. This is all I'm going to do for today. I know we didn't do a lot, but we're making progress because next time we want to do internationalization. Hopefully by next time, Auth.js will have launched and released their latest version because they're still on version. Like, we need the latest version so that it'll work. Yeah. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that. Why didn't we do this in a wireframe? That was the other thing, is we were trying to find a wireframing tool, and they were like, let's just write the code, because we tried using Penpot and Figma, and it was just like, you know what? Drag and dropping is just as slow as me literally adding a component to the page. So we did do this, though. We drew some basic boxes. Yeah. So well, this one app that we're working on, we only work on Friday. So work on Friday. So if you follow the schedule, I will not touch this app again until Friday. You won't miss anything until Friday. And I'm about to record a summary of what we did today, and all of the summaries get uploaded over to YouTube. So there's this playlist called Listed. You can see the summary for last week here. It's a little 9-minute video. I'm about to make another summary, and then that's going to get uploaded to video. The Draw.io integrator? We probably could. I don't know. What's up, Gavin? I've never used Svelte or Vue. I have used JavaScript. You have to use a JavaScript framework for a new project soon. Would you choose Svelte or Vue? It's a big decision to make. And I honestly probably would choose Svelte just because, well, especially like if you're going to be choosing like a component library as well, Skeleton seems to be really nice. It's working well so far. I mean, we haven't done a lot with it, but so far it's working really well. And typically, when you're choosing a thing like Svelte or Vue, you're not just picking Svelte or Vue. You're also going to be picking a component library and an auth library and a forms library and everything else. And the tricky part about Vue is a year and a half ago-ish, they went from Vue version 2 to Vue version 3, and there's a lot of packages in the ecosystem that don't support version 3 yet. So that's the one thing you're going to run into if you start using Vue, is some of the libraries you find will not work with version 3 yet. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Like, Vuetify is one of the main component libraries. For Vue, it is material design, but this is the thing that a lot of people use, and it recently finally got version 3, so next.vuetify, so you could use this with Vue. But honestly, Svelte, they've kind of won at this point. It feels like, anyway. I don't know. We'll see over the next year or so, but Svelte is nice. The ecosystem is growing. A lot of people are excited about it. I'm a little sad that Vue didn't do as well, and honestly, like the Vue 2 to Vue 3 transition was sad as well, because I run the Denver Vue.js meetup, really like the Denver Vue.js support group. And I've been rooting for it for years. Like I did conference talks on Vue back in like 2016 and 2017. I remember like showing people like how powerful Vue was compared to like React and stuff. And if you look at Svelte version 3, so right now I think Svelte is on version 2. You can still, so that's the other thing, is you can still use the options API with Vue 3. You don't have to use the composition API. What version is Svelte right now? 3.5. Version 2 of Svelte. Actually, I'm gonna show this to you because you may not know this. Let me show you a thing, and you tell me what it looks like. What's that look like to you? You've got a data property, right? Let's see. I think there's also like Svelte 2 basically stole the syntax from Vue. Vue basically stole the syntax from Angular 2. But if you look at the lineage of this, like Svelte 2 basically looked exactly like Vue. Not that looking like it has anything. I don't know what that says, but it is interesting to see that like Vue was doing a lot of things right, and like Svelte was definitely inspired by it. But now like the latest Svelte, like all of this like option stuff just like disappears, and it just becomes really simple. Like you just have your scripts, you have your template, everything just works. Vue can do a similar thing now. Vue has the setup thing. What is it? Script setup? Yes. So with Vue, you can get a similar feel. Like you can literally have a script with your codes at a high level and then your template right below it. So like now Vue is like being influenced by Svelte. They're all influencing each other. I don't know. Pick what, I don't know. Svelte seems like it's a good choice. All right, let's do a summary of what we did today. And then we'll get out of here. Installation. Svelte add. Yeah, you're welcome, Gavin. Svelte add Tailwind. I'm actually curious though. I haven't even looked at the network requests for this. Did that really just happen? Look at this. I hover over the link. So this link goes to the onboarding page. When I hover over it, that feels like QuickJS or whatever the thing where like it doesn't load the code for the page until you actually need it. So like I hover over the button and then I clicked the page. Like, did you see? There's no network request when I clicked on the page. Like, it basically preloaded the stuff for the page. I guess Quick is a little bit more granular because it only downloads like specific JavaScript. This basically downloaded the whole page, and then, yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like freely navigating as a single page application. I don't know. This stuff is cool. Okay, what do I want to talk about? We're gonna talk about how we set this up. We're gonna talk about how we almost tried to design a thing with Penpot. All right, let's do a little summary really quick. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to summarize the work we did on our Friday project called Listed. And Listed is an app where users will be able to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now we're just starting out on our journey. Last week, we set up the database, we designed the database, we got it set up with Docker, Postgres, and Prisma. And today we were more so focused on the UI. And we started off our day trying to decide if we were going to use Penpot or Figma to design our UI. We had some debates. We also looked at like existing templates. So Penpot Figma, Adobe XD, all of these are tools for like doing design. But specifically with Penpot, they actually have these community libraries like this Wireframing Kit and user flow, and Figma has a similar thing where you can bring them in, and then it's kind of like drag and drop to design the UIs. We honestly spent like over an hour trying to decide, and then we got into it, and I was like, this is really slow. Let's actually just write the code. so what we also did is we just drew some boxes. Like, we wanted our wireframes to just be very high level. Like, we did not want to have color or anything else. We just wanted very high level stuff. So I just drew this out. I was like, we want a landing page. After the login flow, it's going to take the user to like the creation page, very high level stuff. And then like, let's just start coding. So to start coding, we actually set up Skeleton. So Skeleton is a Tailwind based UI toolkit for SvelteKit. And it gives us lots of cool things. So if you check it out, it has things like buttons, and the buttons look nice. And then things like cards. And then they also have themes. We specifically chose the Crimson theme, but they have all kinds of things that you could pick and choose from. And so it's pretty slick. So we got this installed. We followed their installation guide on getting it set up. We did the manual install because we already had a SvelteKit app. If you're starting from scratch, you technically could use their Skeleton CLI to generate the app. But we just did the manual install. We followed everything, and we have ourselves a nice little app. And then we designed the homepage. We used Bob Ross Ipsum to give us some filler text. So we just have some text in here. We have a sign up button. The other thing is we also added a library for icons. So what did we end up using? Let's look at our homepage. We ended up using tabular icons. So tabular is an icon kit under the MIT license. They have a bunch of icons that you can choose from, and we specifically are using tabular icons Svelte, which allowed us to add it and easily get access to components or icon components inside of our app. So we installed it, and then we can import those components. So you can see here, we're literally just importing this YouTube component, and that gives us the icon. We can specify the width, the size, and then that goes right along with the button itself. While we're looking at the code here, you can also see that we're using some Tailwind classes. So Skeleton is built on top of Tailwind, so you also get access to all of the Tailwind classes. So we have like a flex container. We're using like the margin helpers and various things like that. And then we just started implementing things. So today was also a lot about like getting used to Skeleton and reading through their docs and how to set things up. Ultimately, we found they have this component called app shell, and this basically gives you your layout. You have a place to put the header, a place to put the sidebar, your main area, and once you set that up, you can all add everything as slots. So we actually went into our layout file for Svelte, added that shell, and now we have spots where we can plug in all of this stuff. Right now, we just have a main area, but eventually we might want a sidebar or anything else like that. What else? Yeah, so we did app shell. We went through and we're trying to find components. We went and used the app bar. We were using buttons, pretty basic stuff. And then we just built a few pages. So we have this. Right now, we don't have the auth flow implemented. We're going to implement that eventually, but we're waiting for the next version of auth.js core to be released. But for now, we're just mocking stuff out. So you click sign up. Eventually, there would be some sort of sign-in flow through OAuth, and then we're going to drop the user on a sign-up page. Now, right now, we just have filler text, but basically, this is going to ask the user to set their username. They can choose their existing YouTube avatar or upload a new one, and then we'll give some more description about what you're about to do, and then we'll click Let's Go. Really, today we were figuring out Tailwind, we were figuring out how to use these components, and we're really just going to get better at it the more that we use it. I think that's it. Anybody in the chat? Am I missing anything? We set up Skeleton. We added Tailwind. I guess I didn't mention that. Part of the Skeleton setup is to add Tailwind to our SvelteKit app, and there's this svelte add command where you can easily add Tailwind. Oh yeah, we'll talk about theming. That's a good call. But when I did svelte add, it instantly set everything up. So it instantly created our Tailwind config. We had to go in and modify it so that we could use the skeleton themes and stuff like that, but the Svelte added all of this stuff for us. We didn't have to do anything manually. Another thing is using skeleton, they actually have these variables that can be overridden, and we overrode them because we didn't like the default border radius. So by default, skeleton looks like this. We were like, hey, we want, like less rounded edges. So we found the variables in the skeleton docs for what we wanted to override. And then we found that you could actually use the Tailwind variables inside of this file. So instead of like manually saying 1 rem or 2 rem or whatever else, you can see inside of here, I get autocomplete from Tailwind for all of the theming options. So if I go in here and say border radius, then I can pick and choose based on the Tailwind design system. So like border radius medium is, or small is a specific amount of rem, but I don't have to use magic numbers anywhere. I can just use the theme, which is pretty nice. And then the other thing is skeleton also has dark and light themes available. So for any theme that you choose, you can toggle between light and dark theme. Now, brace your eyes, everybody. I'm gonna switch to light mode. But what's nice is now we have a light mode and a dark mode on our app, and I literally didn't have to do anything else. I'm just using the crimson theme, and Skeleton also provides, it burns. Skeleton provides this light switch component. Literally all we did was add the light switch, and now we instantly can switch between dark and light mode, which is another cool thing. Yeah. So does autocomplete work if you extend the Tailwind config? I don't know. So I am like, this is kind of my first foray into using Tailwind in a big application. So we'll see. I know there are things you can add to the Tailwind config, so it would be interesting if you get autocomplete in there as well. Cool. Yeah. Should work. All right, I think that's everything that we did. Thank you for watching. Definitely check out the playlist that's linked in the description where you can see the full stream where I was working on all of this stuff. And also you can check out what we did last time. And hopefully you tune in next time. So we're doing this every Friday. So next Friday, we're actually going to focus on figuring out internationalization. So right now we just have filler text, but we want to get internationalization set up so we can have like an English dictionary where we're pulling this text from the dictionaries, and then eventually we'll be able to translate it into other languages, but we at least want to get that going. And hopefully the next version of auth.js is released so we can try implementing and actually adding auth to this app. All right, I think that's it. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the Twitch chat. Okay, that's it. That's all. That's going on YouTube. Definitely go check out my YouTube. Yeah. Can I explain it in an easy way what Tailwind is? Go follow on YouTube, because tomorrow I'm going to be uploading a video that does just that. And if you don't want to wait until tomorrow, you can watch on here on Twitch. The VOD for this video is available right here. So scroll back in time. There's a section in the VOD where I talk about what Tailwind is, what it isn't, all that good stuff. Yeah, thank you, Curly Braces. There's a ton of new people here today. A ton of new subs. Like, it's happening, everybody. People are finding the coding garden, and I appreciate you all. Thank you for showing up. This is a good time. Definitely keep an eye on the schedule. There likely is only going to be probably just a Friday stream next week. And also, the news that I typically do on Sunday, I'm actually going to do that tomorrow. But keep an eye on the schedule. Join the Discord. I send out notifications and all that good stuff. All right, am I missing anything? Follow me on Twitter. I also have a mailing list. If you want to get go live notifications, I send them out there as well. Let's get out of here. Let's go on a raid. And if you're a sub, you can use this message. If you're not a sub, you can use this message. So next week, I guess I didn't mention this, but View Nation is happening on the 25th and the 26th. It's actually a remote conference. So I'm going to be doing the Vue.js meetup locally where we're going to recap it. But I thought about potentially like streaming it as it was happening. We'll see. I don't know if they allow that, but we'll see. Oh no, let's just go on a rate. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Get those emojis ready. We're gonna go raid Seth Drums. He plays drums. It's a real fun time over there. But get those dancing emojis ready.